cradle of civilization, Union still seeks to unite the human diaspora. But now, an edict, long since forgotten, can be heard again, scream from beyond the stars. Will humanity hear? Will we understand? For now, only one thing is certain. Our Lancers will respond when the Starcriers fly.
Hello and welcome back to RPGs Uncovered. We're here for another episode of the Starcrier Conflict. First, let me double check again that all the microphones are coming through. Awesome. Excellent. And I say that because we just started a new show here on RPGs Uncovered. Something that actually directly ties into what we are doing today and presumably for the next several sessions. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but we have a special Starcrier crossover event going on right now with my friends over at the Gamers Rest. It's Tal Woodblaze, and you've seen him on the channel a few times now. We're playing A Quiet Year, which is sort of a map-making, world-building sort of game, but A Quiet Year specifically on Iniko 4. I'll leave that as it is and talk more about it later. But everything seems to be looking good, so let's jump into, or at least let's say hello to another episode of the Starcrier Conflict. I will keep my opening announcements brief on top of what I just talked about. I'd like to start with pointing out the mayhem meter. So if you're here watching live on Twitch, thank you and hello. Say hi in chat, drop some heart tomatoes. Just if you feel like it. You never want to pressure anybody into chatting. But we're here, we're fun people, and we're always goofing off about something. But more specifically, if you would like to help me support these wonderful people, you can do that by heading down to the About page here on Twitch, go over to the Mayhem Meter banner there, and that's a little collection fund for just taking in whatever tips we can get, everything split up evenly between these wonderful people you see on screen. And that's the best way I can think of for a channel my size to try to give back to the people who give me so much of their wonderful time and creativity. So that's the best way to support. Otherwise, you can head over to our Ko-Fi. We got a lot of great stuff over there. I'll talk more about that in our outro. But in order to get things going today, because we have we're still at the start of a new chapter here on the Starcrier Conflict. We are on a new planet, a new system, with a lot of new developments happening. So there's a lot to talk about. So in the spirit of that, let's head over to our cast and say hello.
Hello, I'm Sean, he, him. Tonight I am playing August Walker, aka Solitaire, who is also he, him, the pilot of Artemis. And yeah, I don't have anything witty today. I'm just not feeling the witty, so.
Oh, okay. Well,
I guess
you
it's
can't.
Haley's turn then.
Yeah, you can't force that stuff because it's just bad. Anyways.
Yeah,
Hey.
Haley, you be witty for me.
No, now I'm not going to be able to. It's like telling somebody to be funny. Anyways, hey, howdy, hi. I'm Haley. They, them. I am playing Siobhan Carey, aka Shiv, and she, they for that one. Chaos Gremlin piloting Buddy Jr. Very unique name. You'll notice a pattern with Shiv's mechs. They're all named Buddy.
See how many I can
destroying them. I was gonna say it's gonna be like Buddy the 17th at some point, and it's gonna be really good. But yeah, no. I don't know. Did I hit the witty mark? I don't think so. Good luck Good luck to you.
Just keep passing it.
Oh, cool. Anyway, hi, I'm Q, he, him. I'm playing Mr. Logan Uhura, also he, him, who's piloting the mech now known as Dead Man's Hand. I don't feel like I need to be beholden to your benchmark of wittiness. I am what I is, so suck it.
Well,
Very
I guess
forward.
with that, hi, I'm Andrew. I use he, him pronouns. I'm playing Athen Mishan, also uses he, him pronouns. Call sign, blacksmith, and pilot of Striker, who at the moment I think is gathering a little bit of rust and forest camo. Also, fun fact, Athen is a certified cutie pie.
True.
I mean, not obviously not as cute as Logan, but like,
That's what, I mean,
like 3 steps down from Logan.
it's different metrics, I feel like.
Yeah.
One
I
is
feel
one is
they're
like
different kinds of
cutie
cutie.
pie, and the other
Yeah.
one is just total daddy. It's fine.
Fair enough.
It's true.
We'll let you guess which one's which.
Haha! Hey, y'all, it's Drake Lionheart. Most people call me Lion. I use they, he pronouns. Today I'll be playing John Tavik Creighton Vasir Harrison the Fourth, who uses he, him, they, them pronouns. Pilot for Ascendant, call sign Starblood. And in lieu of being witty, because I'm not going to do that either, I'm just going to run through some of these and we'll see which one works. Hey, howdy, hi. I don't keep making. I am not playing August Walker, and I don't run a YouTube channel that teaches you how to play DDR. So you can take your pick. I came for everyone. It's fine. Let's go.
All right, Lion gets the witty there. We did it.
Yeah,
We found
Lion
it.
wins.
I did it.
All right. Well, it seems we are in rare form today, which, well, we'll see how it goes. Also, things are getting a little robot-y. Not sure if it's on my end, someone else's end, what's going on. I'm seeing some dropped frames on the OBS, which isn't a problem we usually have. So I apologize, and I've turned off everything I can, so we'll keep an eye on it. But hopefully everything will continue smoothly. Anyway, hello, folks. Once again, I'm Jack, GM here, he, they, playing everybody else, and pulling the strings and flipping the knobs and just overall wiggling my fingers menacingly in the background.
Truth.
Yeah. And also, ridiculously overwriting. Anyway. So, we're gonna drop into another episode of the Starcrier Conflict as soon as I play around with background music volume. There we go. And we'll start off as we usually do with a bit of a recap, and we are once again at the start of a sort of new story chapter for us. But last session, really the tail end of the session before that, we just broke into the Iniko star system. 8-planet star system, big gas giant with a deuterium rig floating around it. Nice chunky asteroid field for them to pass by. Absolutely no problems getting into the system and landing on Iniko 4.
No.
We're just gonna brush past the fact that the ship was sabotaged and something weird's going on with Tavik. But they did manage to safely make it planetfall onto Iniko 4 at the capital city of Prosperity Bay. And towards the end of last week, we briefly had a short description. It was a lot of exposition, really. But we did meet Chexi Hagness, the Union Administrative Liaison here on Iniko 4. Sort of the person who is supposed to be voicing Union's administrative, what little hands-on administration and advice they have for the local government. And that's interesting if you remember the interaction with Chexi Hagness. Anyway, we also were hurried on into the council chambers over at the Capitol building of Prosperity Bay, where we met what is now a sort of newly formed government council for Iniko 4. It's been It's been a 7-year journey that our Lancers have taken to get from their station to their gate, instantaneously to another gate, and then another 5 years over to Iniko. So it's been about 7 years since generally all of these rim worlds, including Iniko 4, have heard that there is, well, maybe not an imminent threat, but when you get the call saying, hey, we're sending some people to make sure you're safe, your first question is, safe from what? Don't have any answers for you, really. Sorry, we don't know. But it's been about 7 years, and that's a lot of time to go without a lot of questions answered. So the sort of political and social stability of Iniko 4 has been fractured a bit. And we may get more into that today. We are certainly exploring that in even more detail on the sort of sister program we're running now, A Quiet Year on Iniko 4. But we met the council of the sort of ruling council provisional government right now of Iniko 4, which consists of, I can bring this up, and I'm front-loading a bit more of this exposition so we can jump right into it. But just as a reminder for myself, the audience, and of course the cast, because there's a lot here, this ruling council is divided between the Union Loyal Independents faction, which is mostly, just standard Union, let's keep doing what we're doing, unless things start to devolve, and then they might just do their own thing. We'll see how they develop. They're probably the most fluid of these factions right now. There is also the Green Sheets, a consortium of two major corporations here on Iniko 4, the Galactic Roots AgriCorp and Slide Biofuel. Of course, there's other subsidiaries and smaller groups in there, but they have their own little council inside of a council that is being represented here. And finally, our Lancers' favorite people in the galaxy, the Hawkwood Company, which is a sort of diasporan mercenary privateer micro corporation. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of titles that you can give the Hawkwood Company, but at least for Iniko 4 right now, they are here as basically an allied defense fleet. Union doesn't have the resources, the military assets to send to all of the distant planets in its sphere, so they're reaching out to pretty much anyone they can find to provide advice, administration, and defense. And that is what brings us here specifically to Iniko 4. Both the Hawkwood Company under Fleet Captain Tiana Baboros, and, most notably, our Lancers. So with that, I will remind our cast that there is the journal entry here with a lot of information on it. Your briefing, factional dossiers, and information about the system and the planet. All of that, I don't think I released it on Ko-Fi just yet because it's still developing, but I'll probably be dropping a good chunk of it after today's episode. But with that, with a little bit of that exposition foundation set, let us jump into today's episode of the Starcrier Conflict. And we're going to pick up pretty much right where we left off last week. You were all in this council chamber, and I made it seem it's not really a grandiose space. It's, like I said, it's not Coruscant or anything. There's not dozens and hundreds of these balconies sort of lining a central podium or anything. But it's not just a room with a table in it. It should be a bit more grand than that. It's not dissimilar, let's say, from probably actually more so how the English Parliament is set up. Less U.S. Senate and more English Parliament, where there's a big table in the center, there's people around it, and then there's sort of built-in bleacher seating, if you want to call it that way, sort of staggered seating, for advisors or other politicians who might not have a direct seat at the table, or other just onlookers. Right now, not a lot of onlookers, but it is currently our 8 Lancers, the 5 we have here on screen, played by these wonderful people, and the other sort of B team, as we're calling them, the support team from the original episode, which is Lisbeth Azamalaki, Malcolm Kazir, and Mac McRow, Hajiri Lich, and Hotjaw, respectively, who are
Good
also
old
here.
3-person squad.
Yep. Yeah, Tavik used to be part of that squad, and then he broke up with the captain of that squad, and got kicked
We
out.
don't have to get into that. It's fine. We don't have to get
Yeah, and then we get
We
Tavik and
probably
divorce.
should.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I'm glad that carried over.
into
So, situated around this very sleek black table, again, there's a hollow projector in the center that is currently projecting a very slowly spinning hologram of the Iniko star system. We do see a number of figures around the table. I imagine that all of the Lancers and Chexy Hagnus are sort of on one side, because there's a lot of you, and there's almost an equal amount of others on the other side of the table. Not that necessarily there should be a divide between these two sides, but it might be a little symbolic, whether purposely or happenstance. But let us get reacquainted with who we have around the table. And we will be actually dropping into roleplay shortly. But to give everybody, like I said, a reintroduction into all of these different characters, I will bring them up individually. Also, because I was extra and made hero forges for them.
Yes.
So, sort of going around the table, let's start with Machello Corrigan here. Mr. Machello Corrigan is the faction leader for the Union Loyal Independents, an elderly gentleman with ties to the colony's original founders. He and his family have personally left their mark on much of the infrastructure and cultural development of Iniko 4. His basic dossier background that you all would know, you've had some time to look through this. He sees Iniko and all the turmoil its people have suffered and are currently being split apart by here as payment enough to oversee the world as they would run it. Whether, once again, through the very light hands-off inclusion of Union, or, if necessary, as a completely independent world. We'll see how that develops. And then we have the Council of the Green Sheets. Let's start with the CEO of Galactic Roots Agricorp, Mix Argo Ha Amel. Where are you, Argo? There you are. Ha Amel here is the enigmatic CEO of Galactic Roots. He is rarely seen in person, instead seen as he is here, as they are here, as a mostly realistic human facsimile, an anthrodrone, if you were, an android that is, well, not functional in and of itself, and being controlled via telepresence over the OmniNet. But very, very think TNG data-like as far as the facade, though there is an actual human being in there operating them from a distance. And they are much more of a steady, they have a much more steady conservative viewpoint on business, as opposed to Mr. Slide, that we will bring up shortly. But Ha Amel is most concerned with productivity and efficiency, and seems to take a very strict approach to corporate management, and also looks a lot more long-term. Then, Mr. Airy Slide here. Mr. Airy Slide. Airy, as he prefers to be called, is the relatively young inheritor of Slide Biofuel. He has a bullish, devil-may-care attitude to both life and business, partaking in adventure tourism and extreme sports recreationally, and continually pushing the envelope of innovation and trade professionally. Probably the most eager to continually move things forward on this council. Those are the two big players, the green sheets. Before we move on to Kiefer Bartlett, who is the Joint Labor Workers Union representative. Basically, early stage union. A representative, a worker of the workers, person of the people, here just to make sure that the general workers are heard in this seemingly, potentially, ever-increasing corporate environment that the Green Sheets want to push here on Iniko 4. And then we have Shalanda de Ersen, and I might as well bring up Menele Kazminoble at the same time, because there's not as much that we know about them. There we go. You're not exactly sure. You're not exactly sure what either of these individuals necessarily represent. Mr. D'Erson here is an elderly man of rigid, gaunt features who dresses, as we've seen, well-tailored, if monotone, business wear. Usually remains quite stoic and serious in demeanor, and rarely speaks unless there's something very important that he has to say. But who or what he represents, not exactly sure of, currently. And then there is Lady Menele Kazminoble, a name that we've heard before, or at least a surname that we've heard before, dressed in very typical Karakin garb, with sort of sci-fi Victorian, lots of capes, lots of flowy fabric and chains and tassels, and of course, a nice big hat. Menele Kazminoble, with the Kazminoble name, is almost certainly here representing the Karakin trade baronies in some capacity. But what that capacity is, you're not quite sure yet. How and for what reason these two are part of the Green Sheets Council, well, you'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. And finally, our representative of the Hawkwood Company, Fleet Captain Tiana Baboros. Here representing the Union-sanctioned defense garrison of the Hawkwood Company, or at least what will show up. Currently, it's important to note that Fleet Captain Tiana Baboros is currently, well, fleetless. She simply came in on a transport ship not dissimilar to your own, that got here just about a year and a half or so before you arrived. So they are a little more recent to the development of things, and probably a big catalyst into the actual fracturing and development of this new sort of administrative council that they've set up here. But the Hawkwood Company is once again here set up to help, they're here to run the defense fleet once it arrives, due to arrive in about 8 months or so, give or take. But on top of the defense fleet, they are overseeing the defense of the system in general, the defense of Iniko 4, and putting in various policing efforts. Now, the Hawkwood Company is, let's say, a remnant, or a distant offspring of SecCom, Union's second committee the much more authoritarian, fascist, anthro-chauvinist Union. What exactly they've developed into, we've only seen glimpses here or there. Back in Dress Bowl 1, some interactions with the Commodore, Newton Riley, and now with Fleet Captain Tiana Maboros. But with our council reintroduced, I will open the floor to our Lancers here if there are any statements, any opening statements or introductions that you would like to do. Imagine that as we sort of played out at the end of last episode, Miss Hagnes went through yourselves and the rest of the council and did the general introductions. Is there any way that you all would like to present yourself, or is there a moment of quiet before somebody else starts the meeting?
I think August is presenting as distinctly uncomfortable in this particular environment, but
Logan will step forward as Miss. What's Chexie's title?
It is officially Union Administrative Liaison Chexie Hagnes.
As Miss Hagnes said, we are the Lancer Corps that has been brought in to assist with the defense efforts. So we are here to help in any way that we can. I think it would be best that we got a proper sit rep. Words are nice, but I think it'll be good for us to get eyes on the ground before we make any suggestions as far as defenses go. But since we're here, we would like to know, just sort of as a general, what it is you all are looking for from us, and what you're just looking for in general.
Yes, better to, and as Tavik speaks, he moves forward, so he's standing next to Logan. Better for all of these cards to be laid out on the table, so that we don't waste any time.
You get the barest, sort of breathiest of chuckle from Airy Slide.
The
Not in a-
immediate, cutting glare that, almost, trademarked Harrison, glare is shot in his direction immediately. And Tavik is back to full-on, first day at the academy, perfectly rigid, board nailed to their spine, arms folded behind his back.
Just, as soon as you get there, just a hand on your shoulder.
Slide doesn't say anything, but we'll simply sort of smile in your direction and sort of again the barest of movements, just sort of wave a few fingers towards the rest of the council, sort of indicating that was not a chuckle at your comment, more of a camaraderie. Yeah, let's just get on to business. But regardless, not the rigid boardroom mentality that Tavik has been brought up in.
Amazing. Shiv's gonna come up beside Logan. Is using the smallness to their absolute fullest of hiding, they almost weren't seen initially because they're hiding behind everybody else. But we'll come up behind Logan, tug his sleeve a little. I need a data chat.
Okay. We'll need, and I'll look over at Lich. Do you need one too?
But Haley, what would you like? Because it's very likely that you already have it.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of just want... Shiv is looking for a place to be like, we can be in this room, that's fine. But they're like, this whole roundtable discussion, I'll listen. I probably shouldn't be all that involved in it. I'm going to do what I'm good at, and is trying to find like a place to kind of get the tech side of knowledge, to kind of sit down, look at like their grids and like what's happened since they went down, because they've been asleep for a long time, or well, no, they've just been traveling. But kind of get the update on things and then look at what the situation is like here for tech.
Well, one of the things we did at the end of last week that probably got lost in Chexie's hiberness
Chexie's everything.
Chexie's everything, yes. Was that she did make sure you were all connected to the local omninet, so you have access to, you know, all the, you know, the internet. You have access to the internet. You have access to everything that doesn't require specific credentials for, and quite frankly, being who you are and why you are here can very likely get the credentials you need for what you were looking for, outside of, you know, actual corporate data from the green sheets, but general planetary information you could probably get.
Okay.
On top of that, you would know, one, because you can see it, and two, because Chexie probably would have mentioned it. At this table, there's a number of, there's sort of terminals built in. It's very Star Trek built-in LCARs on the table, that you can bring up information. You can even, if you want to go old school, like actually pull a data jack out and stick it into the table and get a little more, you know, if you wanted to, you could probably lean back, close your eyes, and do the whole Shadowrun VR thing if you really want to. Which
we can sit in one of those like bleacher seats, essentially at the edges of the room.
You have to be at the table to. Well, I mean, you could, but your data cable only goes so far.
That's fair.
You get the extended version.
Yeah, no, she has an extension cord, obviously.
My 20-foot long audio cable extender here that I just pulled out.
Yeah.
All right.
We got it.
But
yeah, no, so Shiv will just like kind of tune into doing that. Is keeping an ear out for the important like bullet notes of what's happening here, but is mostly focused on this.
Okay.
There's probably murmuring with Lich at the same time.
Okay. Do think of some things that you would specifically like to know, and I'll keep jumping back and forth between the actual council and whatever you're doing.
Real quick, y'all, before we get started, I just want to say that it's a pleasure to meet all of you, and looking forward to working with all of you. Just, you know, we're all union here. Just looking forward to seeing how we can help.
I would say you get a genuinely warm smile from Old Man Kerrigan. And a very, not hostile or demeaning look, but a very pointed, "Are we all Union here?" from Fleet Captain Boboros. But with that, because I believe everybody has introduced themselves in some way, there's a bit of a silence as the rest of the room looks amongst themselves. And it is Machello Corgan who will speak up first. He doesn't stand. We don't need to be that formal, but he does sort of scoot forward in his chair a little bit, lean forward. Very well said, young man. We are all here for the same reason. We are all in some way Union, or at the very least, Union aligned. The Iniko system has had a long history with Union, and despite recent developments and difficulties that have cropped up, we are, and should remain, all a unified presence working together to whatever it is that seems to be the problem here. I will be the first to ask, presumably, though it is a question on everybody's mind, if you could provide us any additional information as to why exactly you have been sent here for this advisor, strategic advisory role. Respectfully, the fleet captain has, well, I would not say vagueness, but more broader picture, I suppose, is what they're looking at. Yes, Mr. Corrigan. Fleet Captain Baboros will pipe in. Yes, currently we are here in the limited capacity that I have available to myself to simply maintain order and assess what needs to be developed in defensive procedures. There has been, as we have discussed before and should not be downplayed, events, hostilities taking place out in the diaspora. I cannot make you believe them more credible than you already do, unless new evidence can be presented, but no, we are here, myself, the few troops I currently command, and the en route defense fleet, specifically to keep you safe from something out there that we do not specifically know of, nor as far as I am aware. And she does pause for a second to do a brief scan of your side of the table. And not as far as I am aware. Does Union have any additional specifics to provide? But I hope that you...
Yes,
I
no,
do hope,
please finish.
Council members, that you can agree that during any potential times of turmoil or uncertainty, that there is a degree of order that needs to be protected, and a degree of defensive buildup that should be, at the very least, considered. That is, at least to begin with, why I am here. Please, Mr. Ahura, was it?
Yes.
You had something to add?
Oh, only that we don't have specifics at this time. But we have been made aware of hostilities, as you mentioned. And Union is making sure that all of the areas are being looked at.
Our hope is that, with the understanding that the support is being offered despite not having a in-depth answer to the concern, to what these hostilities may be, or the dangers they may present in full, that there can be an understanding reached as to the immediate importance of finding a common ground on how to move forward.
Give me just a second. This is not an in-character pause. This is an out-of-character pause because the overlay got messed up. There we go. All right. I think that's fixed. In response to that, however, the android form of Amel sort of lean forward. It's not the most sophisticated android that I don't know how many of you may have interacted with androids or advanced anthropods, but it's probably not as advanced as it could be. Its movements are a little jerky. Its facial features not exactly expressive as well, a human would be. And of course, there's those very sort of uncanny valley differences in its appearance. That very flat, skin tone that is just too uniform and not quite the right color. While it looks like they're individual hair follicles, they're very much sort of structured in that very sort of doll-like way that they are very uniformly maintained and placed. And the eyes just don't have... They look attentive. They're focused. They move as they should, but there's just not that spark to them. They're just, again, slightly... just not the right color. Maybe not the right translucency. Not sure. But dressed in very, very simple, almost very anachronistic garb of this sort of tunic-like wrap that it wears. Mel will lean in. So, if you are not here with any specifics, and I mean, no undue disrespect, but you are not exactly the Navy advisors that we were, well, initially presuming. Of course, we have been briefed before your arrival that we were receiving, what is it you call your group? Auxiliary, Navy Auxiliary Lancer Corps or something like that. I hate to call such overt attention to your qualifications, but aside from fancy words and posturing, what is it you believe you can bring to this planet that we do not already have under control?
Well, I will say, for what it's worth, we're a little unconventional. Sure, I'll definitely give you that one, but we have a very strong background of being reliable. We have a different way of living.
And moreover, the issue is unknown hostilities, correct?
That is what we are being told.
Yes, well, we are trained, have combat experience. So while the upper brass of the Navy is always helpful, we have the actual on-ground experience. So dealing with threats is more our specialty.
Do you foresee the need for on-ground experience?
If there is a concern of approaching hostilities and a potential danger to you and your people, then yes, we also come well equipped with people with the knowledge to bridge the gap.
Way I
Better
see
to
it,
have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
you took the words right out of my mouth there, Logan.
Sorry.
I suppose that is true, as long as we all maintain our own expertise.
Of course. The thing is that we look forward to being able to work alongside you. We know that you have intimate knowledge of this planet, this system, and we're going to be relying on you as much as you might be relying on us.
I do need to ask for clarification, just to ensure that nothing is missed. What it is that you mean exactly when you say that we all maintain our own expertise.
Pick this up. I think Hamil would continue. I simply mean that you are here apparently as Navy strategic advisors, though through your own admission you are more, as you say, on the ground. I hope that it can be admitted and respected that we are, and he they do sort of motion in a sort of jerky and then very smooth manner, moving his arms to the side. The current administration here on Iniko 4 and the system in general.
We have, as far as I am aware, no deep-seated interest in unseating or otherwise interfering with your governing body. However, I will ask, and I hope that you understand, I do not mean any offense with this, but when it comes to strategic defense on this scale, Mr. Ha'amel, what is it that your area of expertise is?
It is specifically, you may refer to me as Argo. But you are correct, as I said, sticking to our expertise. I am not a military strategist or a tactician. I am a businessman.
Yes, and I appreciate that clarification, Argo. What we have to offer in terms of military strategy is, specifically because the gap between that and our methods are closer in line than many respectable businessmen in your position could say. And again, that is not meant as an insult of any sort, but our area of expertise falls closer to what we are here to discuss.
All right,
And I wanted-
enough posturing, enough of the fancy words. Airy Slide sort of like pushes his chair back a little in an almost dramatic fashion as he swings himself forward. We don't get anything done. Can we focus here? We have a lot to get through. Yes, welcome all of you. I'm sure you all have your own very specific reasons and expertise for being here, as we have seen and discussed enough of. I look forward to getting to know each of you very well, and I'm sure you can all bring some very interesting and useful things to the table. But can we actually get started?
Oh, had we not?
I believe I started my introduction by saying what it is that you all wanted.
There we go.
I do
So-
believe that is
Alright.
where we began, yeah.
And we got lost, as we have been. Perhaps then, Mr. Ahura and the Harrison, is it fun? You can help keep us on track. So, sit rep, as you Navy folks like to say. Oh, this will be fun. Well, sit rep, how far back do you want to go? And I'll just... he sort of moves a data slate around and swings his legs off of... well, he's already pushed himself back. He did have his feet kicked up on the desk, but he swings himself forward and starts, poking at the table a little. And you each get a ping of a rather large data packet. There you go. Sit rep. I don't know what it is that you need to know. We're a planet. We focus mostly on food and biofuel. We maintain stable trade relations. We're mostly self-sufficient. Like I said, trade relations very important. Other than that, and he sort of pauses and leans to the side and looks at the fleet captain. We're here because you're here because we're told we need you here.
So let's just do this. I'd like to hear how things are sitting as far as your system defenses and that sort of thing. Miss Agnes, do you have a kind of an idea of what kind of resources and such you've got in the area?
That's probably in the data packet that was just sent over to you. We could get you, if it's not already in there, we could get you a itemized listing of all the resources we have on planet. Obviously, we have more sort of organic and semi-organic compounds to work with. We are limited in our supply of, heavy metals, strategic compounds, and whatnot. And
Sure. I'm more interested in things like communication networks, vessels, that sort of thing.
Fleet Captain Baboros will sort of stand up at this, not abruptly, not in a sort of arrogant or take charge manner, but just I am the person who actually knows what she's talking about here. She will stand up and sort of lean over the table. This is a civilian world, Mr.
Call me August.
August. This is a civilian world. Very simple communication satellites, global positioning satellites, some basic deep space telemetry. There are the 3 belter stations, as they call them, mostly oversized buoys in space. Other than that, until my fleet arrives, we have your transport, my transport, and a handful of very outdated mech chassis. And a number of ground
Not
vehicles
much is what
and
you're saying.
support VTOLs and whatnot. This is not an
Gotcha.
area that they have needed robust defensive posturing.
Sure. No, that's understandable. I would hope there might be a little more,
That is why my
observation or
fleet
something of that
is...
nature, but
I apologize, you were saying.
I was just thinking about, any kind of observation supply, resources or anything of that nature, or any kind of deep space that appears we don't got much, so.
Well, excellent. That sounds like a great place to start. Ari, shouts out once more, and again, very dramatically, takes a data pad and doesn't slam it down on the table, but very dramatically places it in front of him. Exactly as you are saying, this is something we have been arguing about for months now. Perhaps you can be the voice of reason and or tiebreaker here. We have just enough resources and available systems to create some sort of satellite infrastructure, not just for the planet, but potentially the entire system. However, we have limited resources, as Miss Agnes was saying, and we only have systems capable currently, as far as we are aware, of creating one of these 3 different options. Now, we have those options being and presented by, I'm sure, the factions you can guess. Defensive satellites, big weapons in space, basically. Defense satellites, observation satellites, let's say, more sophisticated. What was it that's... He sort of stumbles and flips through his notes as I stumble and flip through my notes. Yep. Astrometrics. What it's called. Astrometrics, the big fancy science word that you folks like. Observation stations, communications stations. Or something which could be either really fun or really boring, depending on how much they're used. Jamming satellites, which is an interesting new development we've been working on. Actively, basically he motions between himself and Argo. We believe we've developed the means to more or less, not necessarily cloak, but negate most emissions coming from the system, if positioned in strategic areas.
Why would you want to do that?
So whatever presumably is out there doesn't see us?
Oh, so, but I also see that working to the detriment of any kind of, well, trade and travel and all that kind of stuff. That's going to cause some issues, in my opinion.
See that
And,
backfiring.
Frankly, that's not going to do you a damn bit of good against any kind of natural disaster or anything like that. Whereas if you actually invested in something useful like observation and communications, it's going to go long ways more towards being useful for all kinds of situations. Not just, whatever random pirates decides they're going to show up out here and try to find you.
Right. Are we concerned about increased natural disasters? This has been a planet that's been colonized for a long time. We have more or less that infrastructure covered. I don't see what satellites are going to do about.
Well, the way that I'm seeing it is that there's no harm in being better informed. I'm leaning towards observation.
Observation is all well and good. Fleet captain chimes in. Information is very important, up until the point where you need to do something about all the information you've acquired. Information satellites are not going to do a damn thing when something shows up. If something
Then I
shows
suppose
That's
that's what your
true.
fleet is here for, and that's what the Hawkwood Company's job is.
Also, what we're here for.
So-
Is
So-
that what you are here for? Are you here to be
Just-
stationed long-term like the defense fleet, or are you here to shout ideas about the league?
No, for the time being, we will be here for an extended period of time.
Extended period of time. What, 6 months to a year?
We are here for the time that it will take to ensure that if and or when hostilities come, these people will be prepared to respond.
That is another good point to bring up, young sir. Corrigan will chime in, not dismissively waving anyone away, but sort of holding a finger up, old man style. Let's keep our heads. The people and their preparedness. We can continue going back and forth as to what is more important, information gathering or increased military assets. I think there are benefits and detriments to both. But that is a good point you bring up, Mr. Harrison. What exactly it is that you feel is, well, what stance the people should be taking? Are we looking? We are not a military world. We have a small perimeter defense force that mostly deals with keeping the wilderness at bay, and otherwise we tend to our business and our society as need be, small policing forces and whatnot. We haven't had the need for a military larger than what regularly patrols this gate network. Do you foresee any reason to evacuate civilian populations or otherwise arm them for ground combat?
What is your current population?
I would have to get you more specific figures, but 2 billion perhaps?
Of that population, how many, if any, are trained in any way for combat?
A small fraction, as I said. 1% is perhaps. I'm not sure on the mathematics. Like I said, small perimeter defense forces to keep the wildlife at bay and
Yes,
general
not the-
policing efforts, which I would not necessarily qualify for ground defense necessarily. That is, again, Mr. Corrigan, and for the rest of you, for clarification, Baboros will speak up. Additionally, part of the defense garrison. We have been, and Corrigan does sort of nod at this, we have been recruiting for sort of City Watch. Local forces that are maintaining our current policing efforts and readiness stances. We have begun setting up checkpoints and checkpoints, inventory, census data. We lost someone.
Yeah, we lost
Yeah.
Sean.
Sean's power went out.
Oh no.
It's a big
Mhm.
storm
Yeah.
outside.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Well, we'll give it a couple of minutes in case it's a brownout. If not, we might take a break early and deal with cameras. So apologies, people watching, but the overlay is going to be a little wonky for a bit.
Bummer.
All right. So this is airy again.
Fuck this guy.
That's 2 bullet points on our docket. Here we got satellites. We got really what you want us to do as far as population. We've been talking about evacuations. He motions over to the fleet captain. We've been talking about military recruitment and conscription. And you see a sort of, not dismissive, but I suppose concerned head wave, both from Corrigan and from Kifa Barlett, probably the 2 most in line with the general people.
Mm.
So I suppose that is, grounds for further and further and further discussion. We don't need to decide everything today, but I suppose those are our 2 big. We might as well deal with those first. Satellites, if that's something you want to focus on. And
We should deal with
the divide between evacuations and, I suppose, conscription. There's plenty more.
We should
can
deal with
discuss, too.
satellites first so we can decide how to build them.
Yes,
That'll
my
take
point
longer.
exactly. Argo chimes in. As I have been attempting to focus on, these will require a considerable amount of resources and time, not only in development and production, but also in deployment across an entire star system. We should make that decision sooner rather than later.
And as I stated, again, my suggestion would be communications. There are things you want to know.
Not to interrupt too much here. This is Chexy again. Perhaps we've covered a number of different topics already, and as we've heard, there's plenty more to go around, and I can give you an actual listing docket of everything on what we need to talk about. We're gonna be here all year. Really, we don't need to decide everything today, but it may be prudent because you have a lot to catch up on, and we have a lot. They have a lot to think about, and let's take a quick recess here. Actually, unless there's any follow up you really want to discuss right now, it might be best. I know I rushed you all in here. I did rush them all in here, as was requested. So perhaps we take some time, look over the information, discuss.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you, Chexy.
Sounds great to me. Thank you, Chexy.
There is again a sort of dramatic sigh from Aries' side, and a bit of well, actually, the robot form of Argo wouldn't sigh. Doesn't need to breathe. But there is that sort of twitch to their head. Otherwise, Tiana Boboros just sort of gathers up some data slabs, stands up. And this entire time, Shala Derson has just been sitting in his chair, not really in the back, I mean everybody's around the table, but simply sitting in his chair, elbows on the table, arms crossed, just very methodically, very stoically, looking from whoever's speaking to whoever's speaking. And I suppose, as everybody collects themselves and gets ready to depart, we still just see him there, mostly just watching everyone. Those sort of large, very tinted Morpheus glasses, as I've been calling them, the ones that just sort of clip on to your nose. You don't get any read from this old gentleman. But he's still sitting there at the table, watching everyone, presumably when everybody else gets up and walks out of the room. With that, let's actually take a very quick break. I will play around with the cameras and we will pick up with all of us discussing things. We are well early for a full break, so we're probably not going to be even 5 minutes. Just going to fix the cameras and get right back to it. So enjoy some swirly lights while I get things fixed. All right, we are back. I believe cameras are all in the right place with the right people. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Unfortunately, a big storm has removed Sean from us today. We are wishing him well, and we'll keep an eye on the situation. But this is good a place as any, at least in narrative terms for our game, for a player to get distracted and otherwise be removed from what is going on. So let us jump back into things. It's been about an hour or so of the group being properly introduced to our ruling council here, administrative council here on Iniko, for a whole group of interesting individuals. We've heard from a number of them. A few of them haven't spoken, but it's already sort of gotten a little... some tension that has built up. Obviously, some tension that has been long-standing within the council itself. Perhaps some original initial distrust of yet more new people coming in to tell them what to do. But Union Administrative Liaison Chexy Hagnes has called for a recess to give our Lancers here some time to more properly go over what they know about these individuals, what they know about the Iniko system itself, and potentially get on the same page as to how they can solve some of the problems and decisions that need to be made here on Iniko 4. So, we're going to do just a little bit of a time cut. I'm not going to show us walking down the hallway, but we will pick us up with the group now in your own sort of... I suppose you are free to break and leave to wherever you would like to go, but you are initially pointed out to a conference room that you can use. Standard conference room sort of makeup, plenty of chairs, big table. There's a screen on the side of the wall, and plenty of ways for you to interact. There's yet another hollow projector, places for you to plug data cables in, pretty much anything you may need. Though I suppose you could also just simply walk out the door and leave. But presumably, you would like to have a discussion. They've made this space available to you.
As soon as we enter here, assuming it's just us, Havoc will take a moment and turn to Shiv and is going to go, Bite, if you would be so kind as to take a moment and see if you can confirm that we are not having our privacy intruded upon.
Nobody's being nosy, can do. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and make sure this room is secure as best I can.
Okay. I forget if a bug scanner is an actual piece of equipment in Lancer. I don't think it is.
I have no idea.
I don't think it is. I would say this has come up enough, and especially with Shiv's background, you probably have some simple bug scanner. It's real quick. It's real easy to point out, hey, look, there's a camera right there.
Yeah.
You wave your bug scanner around the room. It doesn't look like there are any hidden devices, but there is...
very obvious.
Yeah, there is a very obvious device here. This is a government building that has and maintains its own security, whether just for security purposes or for administrative recordings, whatever it may be. You don't necessarily know the local laws as to transparency of government, but there is when I say camera, a full sensor suite up there.
Yeah. Shiv will look at it and then look back to the group and shrug. How much trouble do you think I get in for jamming it?
Well,
Is that
assuming
important?
that they need us. Technical errors happen. I think better that we have the opportunity to have a private discussion. Unless anyone is opposed.
Yeah, I
No, not opposed.
All right, kill it then.
Wait.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Siobhan.
Did you have an objection?
I just think that I just think that it's a bad first impression. If first time we get a private room, this is what happens.
That's a good point. Do you just
Some
want to
will
go
think
outside?
Some will think that we are being pragmatic. Others will not trust us. No matter what actions that we take while we are here, they are a board of directors above anything else, whatever they may call themselves. The reality is, every action that we take and actions we do not take, they are going to judge us for. They will come to their own conclusions, and it is the actions that we take in response to that that will determine their level of pliability as we move forward.
All right, Chev, do you think?
Ugh, a lot of words. Cool. I'll
Okay.
jam that.
Well, you are hacking into the Capitol building of a planetary government
That's
and turning
fine,
off its
right?
security. Presumably one of the most secure places on the entire planet. So go ahead and give me a hack roll with, I'm going to say only one difficulty, but it's going to be a risky check.
Oh well. Okay.
You got
Okay, let's roll the d20 first.
I believe in you.
Okay. It's a 14, so I just need to not roll a 4.
You can do that.
Oh, it's only a 3. Cool. I love it when I
Yeah.
roll up by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah,
There
the
you
thing
go.
is, with it being risky, though, it's still going to create a complication.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
That's
what's
It's
your
fine.
total?
We can.
total is
11.
11.
Okay. Yes, you do scrape by success with
Mhm.
complication that I'm just gonna make a note of and hold on to.
I love that's
No,
like the
this is
third
even
or-
worse.
This is the third or
Perfect.
fourth time that I've like complicated something or done something like this, and Jack has been like, "And I'll just put a pin in that," and I'm like, "No."
And we cherish you for it.
Aren't you
That's
supposed to be a
part of why
hacker
we-
here?
It's
What good is hacking if it doesn't create complications later?
That's
Come
true.
on. now.
Truly.
True.
Wait, that was a hacker fix roll, right? Can I add my thing to it? I need to
Yeah,
add a
you're supposed to.
+4.
Yeah.
You're supposed to.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
then that's +4, so it's a 15 if that means anything.
Gotta hit a
It
20.
doesn't.
Yeah, you have to be at 20.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Once I do have confirmation that the sensor suite is down, though,
Mhm.
The first thing that happens is you see the rigidity sort of just slightly sort of break down a little bit. And Tavik rests one of their hands, like the knuckles of their hands, on the table in the conference room. And he goes, "So, it is very important that we find ourselves on the same page here because, as I'm sure the rest of you have picked up on, we went in there, asked them what it is that they want from us, they antagonized us, and then proceeded to, for lack of a better term, ask us to solve the problem for them, which is not the most helpful, but most of what you can assume will be the conversation moving forward. So we, collectively, should have goals because it is the people who have the best idea of what they want moving forward who will drive the conversation."
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it
will
feels less
say-
like they want solutions, and it's more that they want a tiebreaker. They're at a
Look.
standstill.
Right, and it seems like they've been deadlocked for a while now, which would undeniably lead to frustrations.
I
But-
asked them what they wanted, Ethan, and then they turned it back and went, "What do?"
It's government.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying I'm surprised. I'm just saying I tried, and then they went,
Yep.
"That
Look,
that
it was-
slide guy."
Nothing in a
was,
corporate room will ever be that easy.
and
Logan.
also
Yeah.
Logan, it was a commendable
Yeah.
first effort. I want to applaud you for that one.
You tried being nice.
I did. I did.
Look, I would like to get a sense on where we are regarding the two main asks. I think we're largely in agreement on the satellites, right? I feel like observation communication seems to be most important, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I will say, and I think it's very important to note, what was that?
We're not all in agreement.
All right. Chev, what do you got?
I'm not saying that I'm not in agreement because we're right. Observation and knowledge is powerful and it's important, especially when we don't know exactly what we're facing. But we're kind of the people who know what we're facing.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, we do. But if we can get an early sign of what's going on, then we can evacuate who needs to be evacuated.
We know that we can't. There is no early sign. We were right on top of it, and our sensors didn't do shit. What makes you think we're going to be able to do it here?
This is an entire system.
I mean, I guess I think it depends on what we plan to do with the people. If we want to evacuate them, I say defense. If we want to consign them, then I say observation.
I don't know that the defense is going to do anything.
Hey, Jack. I have a question.
Okay.
In our dossier, does it have breakdowns of like population percentages at all, or is that not information we have access to right now?
Going forward, feel free to ask me specific questions, and I will give you specific answers.
Awesome. What kind of percentage of the population would be in what one would consider conscriptable fighting shape?
Conscriptable. Not currently trained, but able to be conscripted and
just
useful.
able to be conscripted, yes.
Assuming they place just as much physical and mental competency between, of course they do. It's Union. I'm not being stupid about it. Yeah, I mean, at maximum, if you're over 16 and under 60, you are conscriptable and useful. So a big chunk of the population. I mean, 50-60%, if not more, depending on how you would utilize them in their military or other capacities.
Do not get me wrong. I do not want to conscript people. I think that's stupid and terrible.
Right. We have to try to approach this not in a way that SecCom would do.
Exactly.
But the thing is that also, I mean, some of us grew up in the middle of fucking nowhere, and quite frankly, a lot of us are willing to fight for our homes too.
I mean, we would attempt to volunteer bases.
Right. That's the thing, is that I vote that we try to start with volunteers. I mean, the thing is, they can get training from Lancers. I feel like that in and of itself is going to be more valuable than anything else they got here.
That can happen with conscription anyway.
The problem is...
Logan, what do you got?
Here's the problem with volunteer. They need to know what they're volunteering for. And we can give them nothing.
Right.
Look, the thing is, we can't tell them about the threat. I think we know that we can't do that. However, what we can tell them is just that we've been seeing an influx of refugees, like at our far station. There's danger out there. We can allude to that, right?
You want to play on their compassion?
You want to? It's going to be on their fear.
Yeah.
And that's not better.
It's not,
No,
but
it's not.
the thing is that we're going to have to make impossible choices here.
So why make an additional one? If it's as simple as being able to conscript people, and that gives us maybe a functional number to ensure the rest of the population is able to get, maybe, to safety, because there are so many questions we do not have answers to, I fail to see why that wouldn't be the obvious solution instead of spending more of our time on this subject.
Because you're treating people like chess pieces again.
What option do we have here? They have to be chess pieces. They are part of a greater whole. You don't have to like it.
They are
I
people.
understand that.
They are people. And we won't take this lightly.
But it doesn't mean they are not assets.
with this pause, if you would like to follow along and even add yourselves, I have given you all access to the objectives tab in our Securing Iniko journal.
Okay.
So I've put what your known specific objectives are: the satellite decision, training of local forces, and whether or not evacuations need to happen. And you are free to add to this document as you would like.
Right. And the thing is, I don't know how viable evacuation is. Where's the closest place they can go? Fire Station 12? We're already starting to run into problems there.
Just to clarify, once you get to this system's gate, they can go to pretty much any gate they have access
Okay.
to. So it's not just just the far station. They can go to any
Okay.
core world or other refugee second planet or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if we get volunteers, I would like to trust human nature into saying that we'd get enough to be useful in defending this place until people can evacuate.
And if we don't?
If we don't, then we rediscuss conscription.
Which means we
Okay.
spend more time on discussing and then finding ways to implement it when we don't know how much time we will have, even if we know that there's a threat coming.
And then that looks bad on us.
Yes. And more than that, I know this may come as a shock, but far more important than how it looked, it will impact the end result. And I am far more interested in ensuring that we have a larger percentage of survival rate here if something does go wrong than I am in how it will look on us at the end of it.
I don't care about how it looks. I care about how this is going to affect people and their future. What's the point of the future if we break it like this? I don't.
Better that they have one than they don't.
Right.
Fine.
If we don't work on this, Shiv, like
I'll do
if
it.
we have
If we have to present a unified front, then I'll do it. That's fine.
but I need you to understand. I need you to understand.
I do understand. I just don't like it.
Look, Shiv, for what it's
Okay.
worth, I'm with you on this one. But it's better that... I really can't believe I'm fucking agreeing with Tavik here, of all people, but unfortunately, it is going to come down to a numbers game at some point. Thing is, if those show up, I don't know what we're going to be able to do. The more guns we got, the better we might be able to hold off. I don't like it any more than you do.
And
But-
truthfully,
The sooner that we can start getting able-bodied people trained and ready just in case, it might be better.
giving them all a chance. Giving them all a chance for survival.
Okay. So I guess we're going to be focusing on conscription and observation satellites then, right? Just want to reiterate so we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Welcome to Iniko, I guess.
At least it's pretty.
There will be opportunities, I'm sure, where we will be able to take into account the well-being of the people here beyond simply their survivability. But this is a large, sweeping action that will dictate what we have the ability to do when those smaller choices come to pass. I know you do not like it. I understand that it will upset you even as you stand there and support it. But please understand that will provide us more options for what it is you want for these people down the line.
Okay.
All right. I guess let's go break a tie.
Would you like to use this time for any different discussion or research while we have it?
Hmm. Yeah, while I was poking around in their systems, what kind of infrastructure do they have around here comparatively to like my home in a core world versus like Far Station, all of that?
What are you looking for specifically? There's a lot that falls
Ugh.
under infrastructure.
Yeah. I guess like what does shoot. Now I have to better explain myself.
There's like defense capabilities.
Yeah, defense capabilities, monitoring that they already have in place. What are they looking for? What do I think they should be looking for compared to like what we know? That kind of thing.
Well, right now they're not looking for anything because, again,
Oh, nothing at all.
potential
Yeah.
unknown hostilities
That's fair.
is all they have.
Mhm.
They've not been told that there's an imminent threat. And this is a rim colony. It's a fairly well-established rim colony with a significant population, but it's not it's not a scientific or research outpost. It's not an observation outpost. This is a world of farmers. Basically, it's a world of farmers.
Gotcha.
And with how sophisticated you need to be in order to have useful far-range surveillance, I mean, that's just not what this system has. It has enough system-based surveillance to know when ships, drop into their, system-controlled space. Though most of that is just monitoring and communications. They have the 3 belter stations, which basically act as lighthouses amongst the asteroids, and a communication relay.
Okay.
In case there's, any distress calls or quarantines or anything that need to be alerted to, as well as, all right, hold up, we got a big asteroid field coming through, okay, now you can go, is basically what those belter stations are for. Other than that, they have they have what a well-populated, well-established world would have as far as communication infrastructure. Everybody has cell phones, everybody has GPS, ground vehicles, flight vehicles. You can assume they have the normal public works that they would have. Food is not a problem, water is not a problem, shelter is not a problem, unless they have unless there are unusual natural disasters that occur. I mean, they have built the areas that are prone to earthquakes, they have earthquake protection built in. The places that are prone to flooding, they have flood protection built in.
So well developed just because they lack those hard resources like minerals and metals and things.
Yeah, this is not a mineral rich. This is not a mineral rich environment. There is a large extraction site on Iniko 1 that I briefly mentioned last episode. Basically, these gigantic mobile rigs that move across the dark side of the planet as it slowly rotates, just strip mining the entire planet, basically picking up whatever resources they can get. And some of that is sent here, others is sent, out into the grander Union logistical space.
Okay.
But again, it takes time to extract more things, and it takes time to transport. So basically, they have the resources that they currently have on hand, because getting anything out of system is going to take years before it arrives. At least 5 years before it arrives. That's just the distance at near light speed from the gate to the planet. You might be able to tax the deuterium a little bit more, and you might be able to tax the, and by taxing, push harder, the mineral extraction and heavy metals of Iniko 1, but you're only going to get a small increase if you, so you might have some leeway if you want to be creative about how you utilize things.
Okay.
Other than that, as Baboro said, there's really not defensive capabilities. It's not been needed.
Okay. Cool. that's all information that I think I would have compiled during the meeting and kind of send those notes out to the boys. All right. So we have the basics, but nothing complicated. And Jack, these are systems that are too simple to even like MacGyver into being more complex.
Not necessarily,
Like-
but you're going to have to be creative about that,
Okay.
and would
Cool,
cost
that's good
time
to
and
know.
resources.
Yes, it's an option. It's a risky option, so it's unadvised.
Not necessarily. It's just, I'm going to need more specifics than I would like to MacGyver this to be useful.
Yeah, it's just what's it called? I don't even have an actual plan. It's just knowing that jerry rigging is technically an option. If we can figure it out, then okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I think that's all I got right now.
On top of what was discussed, there is also on their long-standing docket a question of limited resources, specifically more complex medications and weapons and defense-grade materials is the big concern right now, if a problem does arise, or if there is any more hoarding and unequal rationing going on than may already be the case.
Gotcha.
Advanced meds and weapons / defense grade materials. So that will be something to keep in mind when we're talking about training forces. What sort of armaments you plan on? Because right now they have a police force, which means flak vests, batons, stun guns. They might have a handful of rifles between them because this is Third Com and not America.
Vibes.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, so if you want to train these people to be, basic Lancer pilots, you're going to need to build them Lancers. You're going to need to build them mechs, which is a significant amount of resources. Or if you want to focus on masses, that's masses worth of rifles and body armor and surveillance gear and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well.
The thing is that the we have no idea what happens if a Starcrier makes landfall.
That's true.
It's terrifying.
That being said, if you do go the volunteer route, that's less resources. Because you're going to get less, which means you have to make less mechs.
Yeah. I was going to say, I meant to say it in character too, but out of character as a note too, with volunteers, you can get them to volunteer the same way that we signed up to be Lancers, and that you're kind of hoping to scare them off so that you get the best people in your rankings. So there's that too.
Yeah, but the thing is that we're still going to get less as a whole, just from people.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's important to remember that the people we conscript are not inherently all going to be boots on the ground riflemen. We're going to need people who are going to be able to operate these things, who otherwise may not be willing to stay behind to do so. We need engineers, we need mechanics, we need people who have years operating any sort of relevant machinery or hardware or software. There are even people here for that to begin with.
You can find it in all places. Trust me. Still hate this air though, so.
Not trying to drown you, I promise.
I don't believe you.
It doesn't
I'm
make it
gonna keep this on just in case.
You're walking around with a rebreathe. Oh, you're in a full suit. You're in your suit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have
can't
taken
help-
it off for the meeting, but
Okay.
I can't help but imagine just the full suit with a cowboy hat on it.
Yeah, walking into that meeting demanding everyone's attention with it too,
Yep.
as a very tall person, like that's insane.
Mhm,
Love that for him.
mhm.
All right, Maurice.
Yeah, no.
All right, let's tell him what's up.
Well,
Well, or do we having second thoughts?
the I don't know.
Look, I feel like we're stuck in a situation with no good answers.
Yes. So we make the best answer we can. If you get stuck looking for a perfect solution, nothing will get done. It
Yep.
is an unfortunate truth.
Plenty aware of that. Thank you, Tavik.
Yeah. Conscription is still the way to go.
Unfortunately, but
I feel as though we need to. I think we need to bring up the satellite first.
Yeah.
Because that's
Well,
something
our
that they need
ultimate
to get.
plan is conscription, then we should do information.
Right. Information and communication. Set these up like beacons. One spot goes dark. We let the rest know. I think after having the conversation about these satellites, we give it a few days so that we can do some more research and then bring up the conscription.
If we are playing with the idea of not leaning into conscription, then I would argue it creates more of a problem if we divert resources to information gathering as opposed to defense. If after a few days we determine that conscription is not a viable way to go, and whatever volunteer system we use does not get us enough capable individuals for what it is we need, then we will be left in a situation where we are sorely underprepared. In which case, it would make more sense to focus on defense when it comes to the satellites, because we will need the additional firepower. We did nothing.
yeah,
I'm
but
sure
the
you
thing
all
is,
remember.
the thing is, I just also want to point out that was just a couple of Lancer mechs. We have a defense fleet, not a big one. Don't get me wrong, not a big one. Those things still have bigger guns than what we got.
We have a small defense fleet and a group that we are supposed to rely on for backup that, if I'm being perfectly honest, I am not confident in their ability or willingness to do so.
Are you trashing on your ex-wife?
The thing is, I feel like they don't really have much of a choice in the matter. So,
Oh, never mind. Well, I don't think we should try fighting is the thing. I think we should make plans to get out. The last time we went up against this thing, well, after we started hitting it, then it started hitting me when I tried to run away from it. But running away doesn't seem like a bad option.
I will point out that there is validity to that. However, the question remains, let's say we do. Let's say our focus is entirely on preparation for evacuation, moving people further inward towards the core. Then what? This happens again. We hope that they don't continue to drift inwards. Eventually, there will come a time where something will have to be done, and if it's not done here on the fringes, more life, billions of more lives, will be at risk.
You're thinking too big right now. We can't focus on that big of a picture when we're just trying to secure Iniko.
You have to think about the big and the small, otherwise you spend so much time on the small that by the time you're ready to focus...
paralyzed by the big.
or you're going to get
I-
crushed by it.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't think about it, because you're right. If we don't stop it here, then it gets worse. But if we think too big, we're going to miss the pieces that we have right in front of us that are actually going to do things. There are other teams that are doing this exact thing. Somebody's going to figure it out. We don't have to be the ones to figure out every single detail here. We need to trust that the people above us are going to be working on the bigger picture. Our job was to secure Iniko. We secure Iniko. We trust that the commander figures out the rest.
The way that this has been handled up until this point has not instilled in me a lot of confidence in Union's ability to handle this. However, with that said, you're right. Not about trusting them to find the solution, but about having to focus on what's in front of us.
I'm not gonna let that go to my ego, but thank you. I appreciate the
I
concession.
don't believe you.
That's okay. You don't have to.
Good.
Anyways.
Goblins already have disproportionately large heads.
They do.
Also,
Sounds like
while
they
I'm
designed
talking,
that on purpose.
I have updated your objectives tab.
Yes, I've noticed. I've greatly appreciated it.
All right.
So, of course, we can continue to discuss things, though I will also ask, are you open to bringing your unified voice back to the table in a discussion where you are open to being persuaded one way or another, or are you planning on going into the room and saying, this is what we're doing?
Well, we're here as advisors. I would say this is what we advise.
Okay. Are you
Yeah.
interested in the pushback, though? From a gameplay, roleplay perspective.
I mean, I think it'd be interesting.
Better
It
to
would
hear
be
it than
it would be
not.
it would be interesting to see who pushes back,
Yes,
Mhm.
that is
Yeah.
exactly what I'm thinking. Yeah,
and then we kill them.
I'm not
I'm just
opposed to
saying.
it.
I'm just
Hey,
saying.
who do you
I can
think's
take
gonna
someone
push
out.
back against
I can
us?
take someone out. I haven't used it yet this entire campaign.
Listen, Harrison Armory has some very aggressive political tactics. I think it's totally valid.
Hey, if I could listen to you and the anti-Tavic go back and forth for a little while, I'd be entertained.
Please, we don't have to do that. Let's not get Tavik and bootleg Tony Stark just like.
We have Tony Stark at home.
Yeah, that's Tony
Just
Stark.
the
for
Tony
which-
Stark my mom says we have at home.
Yeah.
It's Tony Stark drawn from memory.
Oh, that's a good
I was just
one.
picturing the derpy horse.
Okay, I'm starting to feel attacked now.
No, no. It's just the thing. Jack, you do so good at making very punchable NPCs.
You do. I revived the group chat in the Discord
But see, the
for us to
question
all
is,
trash talk in character.
The
Mhm.
question is, however, do I intend them to be punchable, or are you just punching me?
No, everything
Uh,
is the NPC.
anyway.
Never at you, Jack.
Okay, so let me just clarify for myself. You want to go in and advise surveillance satellites over defense satellites. You don't even want to think about jamming satellites. I think that's a
No.
stupid idea. Okay. So surveillance over defense is your advice as far as satellites.
Yep.
And you are open to conscription, is what I am hearing. It's not really an advisory note, it's just you are open to conscription.
I think our current stance on it is that we need to see how things play out in the next few days, and that a decision made right now either way would be hasty. Right? Am I understanding what
Correct.
we
That
landed?
is
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are not opposed to anything, but we are very much in favor of not making a decision yet, because you can't
Sure.
unmake that decision in any way that is reasonable for our time frame.
So, with the things you discussed, with the things I put in the objectives tab, are there any more discussions you want to have with the council itself that we should play out? Or would you like to just time skip a few days, a week, a few weeks, and see how things develop. Because one of the things I did add on here, if you did not see, there is already growing public discontent and fracturing among the general populace, which may or may not impact what you guys decide and how you choose to implement it. But that is another thing to consider, whether you want to see how that develops or if you want to try to get in front of it.
I think it's worth, like, at least somewhat having the conversation. Just like Andrew said, I think it's worth seeing where the pushback comes from on things, because that can also give us an idea of who either inadvertently or purposefully is sowing or feeding into some of this public discontent. That's just my thoughts.
Okay. I'm going to be perfectly transparent here. The answer is yes. This is a fractured, factionalized government.
Sure.
They are all pushing for their own agendas within the public.
Right.
Maybe we can get them to play into our hands somehow.
I would like to, in those days, see to the validity of the rumors about RIM attacks.
Okay. I will note that. Let's just get another point of clarity here. Are we going back into the council chamber for more Parliament, or are we skipping a few days?
Would you
down.
just outright tell us who would push back against our ideas? Because
Sure. Yeah, if you'd rather not get.
Yeah, I think that would just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so I can actually put a pin in it, Q, you said you want to look into the validity of the rumors about RIM attacks.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so we will see a montage here, which I think we're going to see a lot of in the upcoming sessions, because again, the events of Iniko 4 are taking place over the course of presumably a year. So we're going to see a montage here of the group walking back into the council chambers. Everybody in that sort of frame exposure over frame exposure over frame exposure of individuals that just sort of phasing into where they sit at the table. And the group gets in. We see a few times where some individuals are standing up, sort of shoulders squared, arched over the table like they're arguing. We see Airy once again just kick his feet up on the desk and start playing around with a tablet. We see, again, Shala Derson just sitting there, staring. We see a few different shots, a few different stills of him just at different angles. I would call them reactionary shots, but you don't get any read off of him. And as this goes on, right now you are advising for surveillance satellites. And there, of course, is a long back and forth, probably even more than just a day. It's easy for us to skip a whole week going forward, because you could spend a whole week just arguing this back and forth, unless somebody really wants to put their foot down. But with your advice to prioritize surveillance over defense, it carries a good amount of weight. I will say that Fleet Captain Tiana Baboros was not entirely opposed, but she will point out that this, should anything actually show up, and again, she has no context to the Starcrier. If an enemy fleet does show up, she can't guarantee that hers is larger than whatever shows up, given the amount of destruction that has been caused out in the diaspora. Whole fleets larger than hers have been destroyed. There have been planets that have had entire colonies just ice cream scooped out of them. She is not confident that without a purposeful, dedicated, powerful, system-wide defense satellite system, that her fleet would be able to handle similar things going on that have been reported going on out in the diaspora, and that is her only pushback. Otherwise, she does agree that information gathering is important, but it will put increased risk and increased strain on development for defensive fortification, let's say. Now, if her input changes anything, we could go back to discussion. If not, going down the list, Aerie seems a little disappointed that you're not using his jamming technology. But other than that, he, whatever. Corrigan is just glad that a decision has been reached. He would advise, however, that surveillance systems, that there is internal monitoring and either group oversight or third-party oversight over how these surveillance satellites are used. Which does get some pushback from Fleet Captain Tiana Baboros, because having proper surveillance over the population is just as important as having proper surveillance over potential enemies. Which is yet another day and a half or more of arguing back and forth. Kifa Bartlett, the union representative, really just reiterates that it's going to take a lot of resources. No matter what we decide here, it's going to take a lot of resources and a good chunk of time to get these things built. The more time you take, and/or the more resources you put into it, the more sophisticated, these things can be, or the more likely that they are going to be useful. And of course, as these things develop, if you have specific input as to how exactly you would like the surveillance system to work or focus on, those could be upgrades that could be applied potentially during the development and production process. Mix Argo Ha-Amel largely reiterates that from a financial standpoint, just that it's going to take time and resources. And if we are dedicating it to this, it means that we are not dedicating it to other things. Though they are more or less in favor of, having them over not having them, let's say. It doesn't seem they have a big preference between defense or surveillance, but actually do agree with Corrigan that there should be an oversight committee looking over the satellite's use. And I think that covers everybody. Shala D'Aerson again actually doesn't say anything unless specifically asked questions. And if they are yes or no questions, he will simply nod once or shake his head to the side once. And that is about all you get out of Shala D'Aerson. And Menelek Hasminoble. Menelek Hasminoble is that sort of vaguely paying attention, semi-disruptive force that is constantly trying to interject anecdotes and plug in her own vaguely relevant experience. Though she does connect with Argo on a few points about that it would be advisable to increase and or change how import-export is currently being done here on Iniko 4 throughout the rest of Union, and potentially increasing and or diverting some of that economic moving about to Karrakans, to the Karrakan trade baronies, as opposed to Union. Though to a certain extent, they are the same resources. Just depends on who you're getting them from and who's taxing them more, basically. Are there any other follow-up questions or discussions or actual focused roleplay moments you would like to have based on any of that about surveillance satellites?
Not at this time. I think we're going to need more information before we proceed.
All right.
Yep.
I will tentatively lock that in, but it's a soft lock. If you want to pull the plug on that, at a certain point, it's going to take over those resources I've spent. But for now, it's sort of soft locked in. Next is that you are again open to conscription advising a level of conscription, or is that something we want to wait on? I'm still a little confused on the conscription part.
We are
Yeah.
advising that there is a period of wait and see before we discuss
Gotcha.
the idea of conscription or not.
Gotcha. The only constructive feedback you get from that, though again several hours, if not multiple days, of back and forth and circular discussion, the only notable thing you get from that is actually from Fleet Captain Tiana Boboros, in that Hawkwood has already started creating a local sort of watch force, not just for focusing currently on Prospero Bay, but planning to eventually either supplement or supersede local policing forces with this Hawkwood overseen, policing force. In response to growing public discontent, which has included not only protests, but an increase in black market smuggling and black market trade, the theft of important materials, including food stocks, and most importantly, defensive and military grade printer material, and jailbreaking of civilian printers for the purpose of being able to print weaponry and other defensive systems, has all been going on in the current, and I say current, within the last 2 years, let's say, there's been an increase of all of those things. So in response to that, within the last, let's say, 6 months or so, not even, in the last 3 months or so, the Hawkwood Company has decided that they need to establish curfews, they need to establish checkpoints, and they need to establish, first, a proper census and inventory system for all the people and all the resources on the planet, and then properly structure rationing and stockpiling of resources. And they are currently underway in all of those efforts, and have already created a decent-sized community watch force being supervised by Hawkwood lieutenants, though they are planning on increasing that. Currently, those are, of course, all volunteers. Now, they are not currently being trained or even intended as military defense forces. So they, in this discussion that could come up, it is, that she lays the groundwork that they could either be transferred to, or, this could be something on top of conscripting that is already taking place.
I would like to put in a sort of, I guess, maybe not even a long-term project, but something that Shiv's been working on. Once it gets mentioned, that black market, Shiv wants to go digging for it with their own experience in working in kind of underground communities.
Okay.
Wants to personally go looking.
To a specific objective?
Yeah, I want to see... they already kind of know the generalities of, like, what's being traded and bought and what it's being used for. I want to go looking for, I guess, like, heads of household for, like, who's running it and how they're getting things.
You want
it
to
has
track
to
down
be
the
taken through
leadership of the
something.
gangs, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
If I can.
Leadership of gangs and suppliers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because if we have a leak in the boat, I'm gonna get rid of the leak.
From Boboros' perspective, there is a big leak in the boat that needs to be plugged fast and hard.
Cool. Okay.
Anything else concerning the Hawkwood Company's ongoing policing and watch recruitment efforts? And/or things to note in upcoming conscription thoughts?
I don't
Sounds
super
like we're all
love
good.
that they're overriding the police, but That's fine. I'm sure that's fine.
All right. Sounds like let's say a good 2 weeks goes by. Even you're not in council, 8-10 hours a day every day. This is government work we're talking about here. I think even having 3 days a week in these discussions is utopian. Otherwise, you just have time spent to your own research and moving about in the city and just general time passage. But in these 2 weeks, you have these discussions. We see this montage of individuals arguing and standing up and, putting out their points. And there is clear divide. Let's pause here then, seeing as that is going to ride out any of the, let's say, current council parliamentary procedures that we are focused on right now. Let's take our actual intended break right here, and we will come back with I suppose waiting out for more information, digging up more information, and seeing what other decisions may be made or may be required going forward. So we're going to take a quick break, get up, stretch, do the human things, get your quick repair in, and we will be back shortly. I will, before I transition us out though, I will say, last episode was unfortunately the last episode properly supported and sponsored by Veil of the Void. Nothing bad happened. There was just some financial reshuffling that needed to occur, and just currently, it's not in the books right now. So while I won't be running the Veil of the Void advert that I put together until, things get reshuffled again, they're still great friends of the channel. It's still a fantastic game. I still hope you go and check out Veil of the Void, because it's a really fun science fantasy indie TTRPG. But on top of that, I had a lot of fun putting together that advert. I really like working with the indie TTRPG community and adjacent creatives and nerdy business practitioners. So if that is you and you would like to support the channel in whatever means you have available, throw me an email, hop in Discord, DM me on the socials, whatever it may be, because I would love to get more adverts of varying, size, complexity, whatever arrangement we can get to here in our intermission and put into our outro and a whole bunch of stuff. So if you make your own indie TTRPG, if you're a nerdy crafter or business owner, if you're a musician or artist who would like to get the word out here on RPGs Uncovered, let me know and we'll work something out. But with that, we're going to go take a break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so with more bickering and arguing in parliamentary procedure. And hopefully get to some stomping around and shooting things in our big fancy new mechs. See you in about 10 minutes, folks. Hello, folks. We are back from our intermission and back for some more Starcrier Conflict, with emphasis on the conflict, though in this case, social and governmental, parliamentary conflict. Though we'll get to stomping around in giant mechs and shooting giant laser beams and whatnot in the near future. Maybe not this episode, but in the near future. However, let us jump back in to our episode, and we will pick up with a little bit of a time skip. The time skip that we've already discussed, maybe a little bit more, and we're going to be taking the course of events going forward a little bit more open-ended, a little bit more temporally wibbly-wobbly, and a little bit more abstracted as we do things over the course of days or weeks or even months. So it may be a while before we actually sit down with everybody in the council chambers specifically, but it is going on in the background. There will be frequent montages of these discussions, arguments, decision-making sessions. But let us pick up then at it's not necessarily a villa, I will say, but you are put up in some fairly nice housing towards one of the, I don't want to say higher end districts, because that lends an air of inequality, and Union is very sort of equal, equity, egalitarian, even in its rim planets. But there are definitely areas where there is more sort of built up and more people living in more utilitarian and more densely populated areas. And then there are certain districts that are more aesthetic and more sprawling. And you are set up in one of those areas unless you would request otherwise. You are given what is really sort of a almost vaguely Romanesque villa, plus 12,000 years and its own cultural sort of decorations. But this almost villa towards one of the more sprawling areas of Prospera Bay that allows you to each have your own living spaces, even more than just quarters. It's almost like a connected sort of enclosed community, really. If a strip mall was sort of folded in on itself and was housing instead of businesses, is largely what it comes down to. So you have virtually your own homes, with not just your own beds, but your own living spaces, your own kitchens, your own just recreational areas on top of a general courtyard, and gathering spaces for you to have meetings and stuff, other smaller, let's say not necessarily boardrooms or anything, but just almost like a college. I never lived in the dorms. What do they call it? That sort of shared study area you go to.
Yeah.
Commons.
The commons.
Yeah,
You're in the commons
yeah.
room, and you have sort of like a shared central patio, outdoor kitchen space. It's a nice area that you're set up in. And here, as opposed to at the heart of the administrative center of the most important city on the planet, you are not here currently being surveilled at all times by legitimate and probably forward-thinking security measures. These are your homes, and I'm going to keep poking you when you keep choosing to hack the wrong thing. But no.
Havoc is going to ask Shiv to make sure.
Yeah.
For at least his, but suggest that for everyone.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that is the case.
This was me trying to get ahead of that request. Yes, I assume Shiv
Yeah.
goes about and scans the bug detector and hacks into the local network and whatnot. These are residential areas set aside for you. There's no surveillance here. These are your homes while you are here on Iniko. So, is there anything you would like to pick up with, whether that be more group discussion about the things, all the exposition that I just delivered before our break, or if there are any things you would like to discuss in or out of character towards ongoing projects throughout the course of these next, as I said, days, weeks, months? Or would you just like to skip ahead to the next council event, which, as we discussed during break, is going to focus less on the council room as a whole and more on individual or small groups of members? How would you like to kick us off?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So this has been how long, you said? Approximately, we've
Couple of weeks, I think.
Couple weeks, like I said, wibbly wobbly.
okay. So in the few weeks that it's been,
Yeah.
is Logan still constantly going around fully suited up? Or has there come a point where eventually that's no
We've
longer
accepted the humidity.
Yeah. I love the deliberation.
The scrunch.
I mean, eventually he'll have to take it off.
It doesn't stay off.
God, no. Absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Shiv tries taking him swimming. Doesn't go well.
Absolutely not. I think, like, when he's, like, in a building, he'll take it off.
When you're
If
in
he's
a
got to go
building,
outside.
there is
Because it's
proper
all
climate control.
controlled?
Yeah.
But
Right,
when you're outside,
exactly. Who's outside? Nah, I'm not doing that.
As soon as you step outside, almost every building I mean, it's probably not as noticeable as like modern day. You know, when you walk in and out of a store or something, you get that curtain of air that blows down. It's probably not that
Mhm.
noticeable, but they have something like that. So you take that one step outside of a building, and you are just smacked in the face with humidity.
So I'm not, because I wear the suit.
And every
Anytime I have
single
to go
person on
outside.
the planet gives you weird looks.
Okay,
All right.
I'll be that.
Cool.
I'll be that. That's fine.
You don't live here.
Look at
Yeah,
this
I-
fucking space cowboy.
I will say, I do want to do a check-in with Shiv, though. So just one of those moments where, like, we're in the villas. I'm just gonna like kind of come over, just give you a knock or flag, kind of like however you be notified.
Okay. Ooh, good question. I kind of want to be like 50-50 as to whether Shiv's there. Shiv is trying to do like some fucking undercover dark ops with the underground market.
Let's
so I
say,
don't
for the
know.
sake of roleplay, that you were there.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
throughout this time, we can roll back time, roll forward time, whatever, make some rolls and see how you
Okay.
do on your own. Being
Yeah.
I would
illicit.
love if at least once you try. Shiv probably wasn't there. You come back, and I'm back.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So when I do manage to catch you, just like, don't want to pry too much, but just want to check in on you. Like, I know that we're already having to make hard decisions. We just got here, but
Oh, yeah, no, don't stress that. I know we are gonna have to make hard decisions, and I know I'm not gonna like all of them.
it fucking
I
sucks.
actually-
Like, let's be
Yeah.
honest, it fucking sucks.
It does. It really fucking sucks. But I also knew that there was gonna be the chance that I wasn't gonna get agreed with. I have to say it. I can't.
Yeah, that's fair. I heard a little bit about this project that you're currently working on with the black market. You need any help?
How did you hear about this?
That's
Oh, I thought that was something that we all agreed on.
Uh-uh.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
yes.
okay.
Shiv
All
was
of you
sure.
normies, Shiv isn't gonna bring you along.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well,
I assume
mean,
when Haley goes, I would like to do illegal now. Shiv is not going,
Well-
hey guys, let's do illegal now.
yeah. Look, here's the thing. I'm mostly just working on like dossiers, profiles, just kind of overall surveillance of kind of like what local defenses are looking like. You working on anything? You need a hand?
Those are like mutually exclusive things at the moment. I am working on things. I would not currently like a hand.
All right.
I
Well-
appreciate that you don't ask questions.
Well, look, here's the thing. You need somebody shot, give me a call.
Ooh, wait, actually, if I needed, like, scary dog privilege, would you be willing to come along, like,
Oh, fuck yeah.
spook people for me?
Yeah. What do you think
So
this
far,
is
so good.
for?
Looking pretty?
Sure, we'll go with that. And I'm gonna give you just like the biggest.
eyes.
You're just gonna get the biggest RBF hanging on. Like,
Aw, look at
Big-
you. Yeah, okay, I get it. But yes, no. I'll let you know. Yeah, no. It's plausible deniability. Just trust I'm doing things.
all right. Well, hey, look, trust me, I get like need to know basis, but you need a hand. Give me a holler.
Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, of course. And then this is where you're gonna see that I'm just gonna like pull a rifle, like just out of nowhere, work on assembling it.
What?
Meantime, I'm gonna go to the range.
Have fun. Take Logan. He needs to chill out.
So, just gonna work on just general like sniper practice wherever I can get it.
There you go.
Haley, you said that, and the immediate picture of my mind was a modern-day IRL astronaut at a golf course, like driving
A
range.
driving range.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Yep.
Okay.
Incredible.
Okay. So about them attacks though.
Dem attacks.
Them rim attacks.
yeah.
Yes.
How would you go about gathering this information, and are you bringing anyone else into it?
Yeah. I'm gonna start talking to the people.
Okay, the local people on
Uh,
Iniko 4.
Yeah, and Morgan.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll for that because I'll be completely transparent. I'm not sure it's going to be helpful information. The local populace of, well, specifically Prosper Bay, you can move around. You hear a lot of what you've already heard, which is a lot of the rumors out in the diaspora of fleets being attacked and left crippled and mostly, if not entirely, depopulated. Again, stories of like entire cities just being scooped out of a planet, bunkers and all, sometimes hundreds of feet deep into the planet's crust. Just a solid, smooth hemisphere, just ice cream scooped out of planets is a story you hear. But a lot of it is said, kind of, I don't want to say ghost story because it's believed enough that it is causing worry and discontent, but nobody is currently panicking. Really, you get rumors of hoarding. You get rumors of, again, black market weapon sales and black market medication and food stuff smuggling. Actually, do you have word on the street as one of your skill triggers?
No, I have charm.
Okay.
I'm just trying to make friends.
Yeah, and you do so. You can head down to various taverns across the place, go to different businesses. Again, get a lot of weird stares as you walk in with a full vac suit on, and then proceed to take it off and put it back on when you leave. But yeah, you can go around
Just
and make friends.
The helmet comes off. The suit will go, like, if I'm out and about, the suit is on.
All right.
I've got, stuff over it.
Right. Yeah. Really more of the same. You get the sense You hear, in addition to that, you do hear the sort of a friend of my friend, his brother told such and such that uh, a trade transport made it over to some such planet, and there was nobody there. And last time my wife's mother tried to contact cousin or some such on this other planet over here, we haven't heard back. We usually hear back, that sort of stuff. There's no real concrete or even necessarily immediately damning, immediately worrying developments being discussed by the people. It's just a general worry, which was created by these rumors, but has been sparked and instigated and has grown since, largely since the Hawkwood Company arrived. Not because they're necessarily doing anything, though of course people definitely have many opinions about the curfews and the checkpoints and the rationing and whatnot, but sparked really just because a defense force is en route. And if a defense force is en route, there's something to panic about. And the big question is, what are we panicking about? Which makes people panic more. Though we're not necessarily at a panic point. It's just a lot of, general worry and general growing discontent with the local administration, the Hawkwood Company, and Union in general for a seeming lack of transparency.
Okay. I think while I'm out, since this is several weeks, I think I'm also sort of I'm trying to get a finger on the pulse of what people would think about volunteering versus conscription.
Are you trying to check the pulse, or are you trying to persuade one way or another?
I'm trying to check the pulse.
Okay. Then that will not be a charm roll because you're not trying to push in a specific direction, and they are more or less willing to just give you the pulse. It really does vary widely. There is a lot of fracturing in the city. There are plenty of people that seem to be of the mindset that if a defense force is required, obviously a defense force is required. This is a farming planet. We can't defend ourselves unless we are, supplied and taught to defend ourselves. And if that means, that citizens here have to step up and do their civic duty of civic protection, then that's what is required. Others are among the sort of, we are not farmers, or we're not fighters, we are farmers. We didn't want to be fighters. We are out here, this far out of Union because we don't want to be a core worlder. We don't want to have to deal with the direct oversight of Union administration, and really a whole bunch of opinions in between there. And plenty of other people are discussing there's plenty of talk about of evacuation, like personally, and questioning whether and at what point evacuation advisories are going to be given, if at all. And then there is, on top of all of this, a sort of back and forth push between, the corporate side of things. We have jobs here, and you can actually tell that the general working populace here is really in favor of the green sheets. Word is the green sheets, Galactic Roots, AgriCorp, and Slide Biofuel have been promoting from within, providing extra incentives, increasing. It's not really pay, but redistributing supplies, as it were, to make their jobs easier. Give them more resources and sort of merit credits, to live on and whatnot. And just a general sense that they are supported and being valued by these corporations, with a big emphasis on promotions from within and general workers being trained and promoted into higher offices of power. The opposite of that is, you have heard that several important individuals in upper management have gone missing from both companies in the last couple of years.
Interesting. Do I follow that rabbit hole?
Well, I will give you some time to think about that, because there may be developments along that route. Lion?
Yes. There are two things that I think Tavik is doing in this time, if that's okay. The first is Tavik is going to try and get the full rundown on what the police force training that currently is implemented looks like, so that they can be aware of what the highest level of combat ability is currently for people here. That's step one. The other thing that Tavik is doing, which is I think very un-Tavik-like, is that he is going to be spending a lot of time he's not doing that, just sort of out amidst the whatever sort of flora or fauna there is around to take in.
I will give you a point of clarification on the second point. There is an emphasis in incorporating, the natural landscape within the city as much as possible, while it's still being a built-up city. We're not going full elven built around trees or anything.
Of course.
But there's a lot of small patches of greenery, a number of parks, and of course you're right on the bay, so there's plenty of water. However,
probably
you are advised not to go. It is actually a walled city.
Right.
There is a wall between the bay over here and the beginning of the mountain range, and then a wall on the other side from the mountain range to the bay, and there are actually defenses and defense personnel up on that wall, and you can spend some time, go over there, look out over the wall, take it in. There is a small force of mobile cavalry frames out there that patrol the area, and you learn that the jungles of Iniko 4 are no stranger to predators, both fauna and flora. It is a dangerous planet. You are advised not to go out there without appropriate, arms and armor.
Great. Then that makes this even easier, because now I would also like to spend some time with the mobile cavalry to get an idea of what they are capable of and what their training regimen looks like, and what kind of action they may have seen. And is any of the bay accessible without going out past the boundaries? Or is it just, because from how you explained it, I'm not sure if there's a portion of the bay that is inside of the wall.
Oh, absolutely.
Or if all of the bay is. There is, right? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't put this in Foundry, unfortunately. But if you're following the overlay on stream, all of our lovely viewers can see what Prospera Bay actually looks like. Let me drop that in our Discord, since it would probably be helpful, and it's a pretty picture.
So he's gonna. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
The bay is accessible. I'm sorry. Continue.
Cool. So yeah, then you Tavik is going to be figuring out how the police force operates and trains, how the mobile cavalry has been trained, and what their level of ability is, and just spending a lot of time, I think, at the bay.
Okay. There are several piers that you can hang out on, some of which are sort of civilian, just sort of fishing and recreational piers. It is a saltwater bay, very much like the Gulf of Mexico. There's a number of boat piers for recreational boating and for actual sea-based trade amongst the different colonies here.
I'm just
And of
gonna
course,
take that in.
there are predators in the waters as well. But the local area, they keep, there's sort of forget what they call it, but almost like a defensive wall in the water where they maintain the bay itself, keep it safe.
Yeah, he's just gonna take a lot of that in. Maybe do some people watching.
It's nice.
Enjoy the water.
You get the fresh salt water smell out of it. I don't know if anyone here has the experience to know the juxtaposition between a New Jersey beach and the Gulf of Mexico, but there's a distinct smell difference.
Huge
And this
difference.
is this is a very clean water, very clean air. It smells beautiful, it looks beautiful. When the sun is at the right angle, you get that almost flat with just a little bit of ripples, like mirror-like sheen from the bay. And then when it is darker out or there's shade, you can see down probably several yards to a sort of pebbly, rocky seabed there. It's a beautiful planet, really. As far as the mechs here, I'm not going to call them Lancers. I am being generous calling them mobile cavalry. These are old mechs. They're old mechs. They're probably not even like of the big four manufacturers. These are old Everests, if they're even that. And there's probably a dozen or so of them that patrol around the defensive walls, and they are simply there mostly as deterrent. Just stomp around and scare things off. Every now and then they might have to shoot a dinosaur or something.
Right.
And yeah, there are dinosaur-like creatures here on Iniko Core. Several different kinds. It's a dangerous jungles out there. Big cats, dinosaur-like things, plants that will eat you. But they are not combat trained. They are at most, wall defense.
Right. And even if they were combat trained, those buckets of rust aren't going to be useful, really.
No. I mean, with your new mech and your expertise, you could probably take on the whole damn core of them alone.
Okay.
Any more conversations, recon, or research we would like to do before I bring somebody in? I'm going to take that opportunity to bring in our first council member. Now, again, this is taking place over the course of weeks and months, even, and you are every few days going back to the council, and we're going to see more of these montages of arguing and talking back and forth and making minor decisions. There's a lot of other minor decisions that need to be made, mostly by the council. A lot of things you're not even involved in because they're not really strategic defense matters, because this is, the administration of the planetary government. So there's a lot of things that you don't need to be there for. Sometimes they tell you you don't need to be there for. Sometimes, they don't, and you're free to sit there or leave, depending on, how involved in or professional you would like to look. But specifically, let's actually start with something. I want to squeeze something else in before we see our first actual house call by a council member. During this time, Desperado, Logan, you get a call from I always forget his first name, and it's not Dirk. It's never Dirk.
Dane.
Dane. You get a call from Mr. Dane Stormkirk. That's it. It's the D from Dane and the Irk from the end of Stormkirk, and I just mash them together. You get a call from Mr. Dane Stormkirk, which is unusual because it's usually you calling him.
Correct. Mr. Stormkirk?
Mr. Ahura, I heard you've been, well, you told me, obviously, and I've been able to work through the system. Heard you have finally been woken up out of your stasis chamber and are settling in there on that, from what I hear, quite beautiful planet.
It is very beautiful. Very wet.
I was wondering how you were faring in a very different climate.
I am not.
Well, my condolences there for your discomfort. You probably recall, because it's been far less time for you than it has been for me, that we did discuss how we could further benefit this arrangement.
We did.
I have been looking into this Iniko system that you've been stationed at. Professional curiosity, personal interest in your well-being.
Of course.
I found it interesting to note that the planet, and what I believe they are now calling themselves Green Sheets, do already have a contract with a division of IPSN. I
Do they?
believe you should have met at this point a Mr. Shala Derson.
What does he look like?
One moment. You see him bring up information. Just elderly gentleman, bald, very boring.
Doesn't really say much. Yes, I have.
Good. He is the, let's say, local liaison for IPSN business there, currently.
Oh, is that so?
It is. Was that not? I believe he's part of this council that it seems they have going on there.
I mean, he's there. He sits there. I've seen him nod. Do you want me to talk to him?
I'm more interested in you talking to the people that he is talking to.
Very short list.
Presumably. I'm sure you understand that IPSN is a rather large corporation, and there are many of us who oversee many different planets and systems, an area of our transport and logistics capabilities. This
Yes.
falls outside of my personal administration. Though, of course, if they would be better served by my expertise than whatever seemingly sounding limited involvement he is taking here, that could, of course, be mutually beneficial to all parties involved.
See.
If perhaps
So
any
we
of
want
these
to-
members of the Green Sheets, perhaps even the local government, were to be dissatisfied or looking for more out of their current contract with IPSN, I could, of course, empower you as the IPSN. Well, we never technically settled on a title, but we have a good relationship, you and I, Mr. Ahura, do we not? of course I would
We should
empower
do.
you to speak on my behalf and at least pitch the idea that there could be, let's say, other divisions of IPSM that may better meet their needs.
Oh, okay, okay. You know, that does sound like a wonderful idea. I will need to see a contract. If you're going to empower me, then I want it to be on paper.
Do you now?
Official. Certainly.
That's very interesting to hear, Mr. Horror. I would not be opposed to such. I mean, contracts would be. Well, so far, do correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Horror, but so far I felt that we've been dealing with a much more personal relationship, you and I. I'm not opposed to that being properly and very well defined and explicit parameters on paper and on file.
I'm certain that we have had a good and beneficial partnership. But I think we both know that this has been more than just friendly tete-a-tete. You wouldn't be interested in me if I thought it was.
You both wound me and impress me, Mr. Horror.
I know.
I suppose I could draw up some specific legal documentation. However, I would hate to see that come between whatever friendly relationships and exchanging of gifts and favors we may.
Sure. You could, it's going to take you some time anyway to get that together. But I just wanted us to be clear that if I'm going to be empowered with an authority, I would like it to be made real.
I will consider what proper position and title you may best fit for and draw up some documentation, and I will simply leave it to you whether or not that is satisfactory.
I'll be sure to look at it, and I will do what I do best in the meantime.
Very good, Mr. Horror. Do enjoy your stay on that beautiful planet.
Can you ship deserts? No, I guess not.
Screen turns off.
Of course. Of course. I called him out and he's salty about it. That's fair.
My God! What a snake!
Yeah.
So, Mr. Corporate Spy, you would like to be officially on the books with legally binding paperwork. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I will leave that thread there for you to bat around as you will, and we'll see what Mr. Stormkirk comes up with. Within this same stretch of time, several weeks, a couple of months, we'll get more definitive about time when something definitive really happens. But amongst the general council parliamentary bickering that you have to endure a few times every week, you do get actually personally visited in person by... I want to do this. I can think of 3 of the council members who would be involved in this. Is 3 too many, or would you prefer individuals, pairs?
3 is fine with me.
I know we talked about on break limiting how many different ways I had to fracture my own personality at one time. So you are actually you get sort of ping to your general villa area notification to all of you that Mr. Airy Slide is here. With Fleet Captain Tiana Boboros and Mr. Corrigan.
What a fucking combo. Amazing. Let 'em in.
Yeah, they are... I mean, they live here. They're fine with it. They're out in the patio area. There's a little fountain there, a nice little fountain there. There's a barbecue pit area, a bit of an outdoor kitchen. There's probably even a number of staff that just generally work this place. It's a combination villa hotel situation. You kind of got room service if you want it, sort of deal. So there's somebody out there, cooking up something on this outdoor grill area, and then a little table set up with some outdoor patio furniture and whatnot. It's not the governmental or corporate boardroom, council room, debriefing room that you've thus far encountered these individuals in. But they're currently out there in the patio furniture, kind of having a discussion between them as you all get this ping and begin making your way outside.
Yeah, no.
Ares stands up as he sees you all sort of gather and approach. Stands up, fast walks over to you, and quickly juts out a hand to whoever will shake it. Good to be seeing you all again.
Havoc stands very purposefully behind him.
I will shake his hand.
I'll shake it as well.
Yeah.
I'm still in my seat.
Yeah. He sort of gives the side eye to Tavik with a little smirk, and then refocuses on you and gives you the up and down. But then does just clap the back of your hand, give you a little shake.
Tavik's eyes are on him the entire time.
How are you faring in our fine city?
It's a sight different from how I grew up, so this has been an interesting adjustment.
Quite. I need to get out of Stormkirk brain and into Airy brain.
What a vibe.
I gotta say, like, it's a beautiful place.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. All right. Well, I figured I'd pay you all a visit. I have some things to discuss, and apparently some of my colleagues are of similar mind. So, let's have a bit of a discussion. Jaunts his way back over to this little outdoor lounge area. Corrigan does that sort of old man attempt to get up, nod, and sit back down. Again, you can only make Hero Forged minis look so old without becoming Crypt Keeper. He is very old.
Yeah. I was gonna say the best way I knew how to make them look old was to use like the zombie mini or like the skeletal
They've had some
looking.
upgrades since then, but
Oh, good.
yeah,
Good.
yeah.
It's incredible.
But let me actually bring these individuals on here. I don't have a good villa or patio establishing shot, but I can bring in Airy Slide, Tiana Boboros, and Mr. Michello Corrigan. stagger them a bit, so they're not.
I think as like kind of a pointed note, especially compared to Logan, Shiv has almost entirely assimilated in their wardrobe. Has tried very hard to, as well, with the work that they're doing, kind of roaming the streets and trying to get the inside scoop on things. So they almost look a little bit more like the council than they do like a Lancer right now.
Okay.
You know what's probably upsetting? I'm sure Morgan is fine. I'm sure Morgan
Yeah.
is fine. Logan has been like, no, I don't like.
His best beach life.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Morgan is
Love that
eating
for
it
him.
up, and probably being really annoying about getting you out of your spacesuit.
Hey.
No,
Wink, wink.
no. I mean, well, that's fine, but we're doing the house. That's fine.
Amazing.
Yeah. How long has it been at this point?
A few weeks.
Oh yeah, no, he's.
Yeah, we're still, somewhere less than 2 months in.
Time soup.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah. It's happening less these days.
You can tolerate it for a short amount of time.
Yes.
Somehow, even with all the humidity, Tavik's hair does not in any way like sulk.
Oh, Ship's hair is so curly these days.
Mm.
Oh yeah, it instantly curled really bad.
That's why he hates it.
If I had the
Fucks.
artistic and/or Photoshop skills, I would do some truly wonderful, horrible things to your character.
Logan's hair is fucked.
Oh,
He
that's
doesn't
so
know-
true.
He doesn't know what to do.
Logan has
Oh.
like what? What is that? Like 4C? Am I using that right?
Easy.
Mm.
I know.
4C easy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Mm-mm.
Shit's intense. The amount of hair product he has to use right now, that's where half the military budget is going.
I hate him.
Oh, so we just got raided.
Oh,
Hey,
did we?
hello.
Where we got
Yeah.
raiders from? Live from the apocalypse. Hello, folks.
Hi.
Thanks for tuning in. We're
Hi
playing some Lancer.
guys.
And by playing
How's it
some Lancer,
going?
I mean we're doing government politics. and
Politics.
whatnot.
I just want to shoot somebody.
Oh well. Well. Let's
Just
get
getting
to
them
some-
lined up. It's fine.
Let's get to things then. Actually, Mr. Airy Slide here will saunter his way back over to the area outside everybody is meeting in. Recline back on a piece of patio furniture. Motion to the other two. You get that very stern military sort of half-tilt nod from Fleet Captain Tiana Baboros. And I think Ari will just continue here. You see, it's probably likely, and he's sort of leading whatever this topic, this forum is that they're bringing to you. So, I'm sure you will agree, it is nice to meet outside of that office, let's say.
Hmm.
One day you'll get used to it, my friend. Or not. We'll see. Developments, I mean, you've been kept apprised of most of the main things we're having to deal with, but there are some, resources, mostly people. There is a number of civilians, workers, other researchers, and whatnot out in a particular area, relatively nearby. And with everything going on, consolidation from a corporate level, moving around of assets and whatnot, and of course the increased discussions of evacuation, there's some people that we would like relocated from there to here. As we discussed, and he sort of does that sort of lazy lean backwards to give Boboros a bit of an eye, a bit of a judgmental squint. As we discussed, there's not a lot of, let's say, defensive transportation here, and what is being tied up with, again, more of this restructuring, stockpiling and moving of resources, and the ever-growing problem of, or problem, I don't think we're a problem yet, but concern of people wanting to relocate to bigger settlements or just get the hell off the planet. And to note, there is a bit of a pause there. There are assets, specifically of my corporation, though Green Sheets as a whole are represented in this ask. There are some assets that need to be transported that are, let's say, sensitive enough that they need to be transported. Well, could be transported via air if we had the proper transportation for it, but we don't. Unfortunately, the grounds between here and there are, well, dangerous for normal people. I'm sure you've been told, don't take day hikes out of the jungle. Probably a bad idea. But big fancy Lancers with big fancy mechs shouldn't be a problem with you. So, just looking for a simple escort.
What are these assets?
Mostly personnel.
What sort of personnel?
As I said, workers, researchers.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to verify these are people that want to be relocated here, right?
Absolutely. And we are far from, and he does turn once again and look at Boboros. We are far from forced evacuations.
And how is the rest of your governing group going to feel about us taking part in it?
Don't get the wrong idea. This is Corrigan speaking up this time. Don't get the wrong idea by simply us three showing up. We're not going behind anyone's backs. As Mr. Slide here has said, the Green Sheets are behind this in general. I can't imagine that Miss Agnes would have any problems with this minute use of your particular skill set. Just simply were not involved.
That felt to me, he says, as he looks over at Logan, like half of an answer.
I
have to
apologize. I might have lost the particulars there. Please let me assuage
Okay.
any doubts you may have.
I'm going to look at Slide. Could you elaborate or clarify for us, just so that we're all on the same page here?
I'm sorry. What do you need elaborated upon?
Are you doing this separate from the rest of the council? Will there be repercussions?
No, there won't be repercussions. If you would really prefer to, we can march on down there and do the whole council chamber again, but you've all seemed to be quite done with that. And quite frankly, so am I. So I figured I'd present this myself. I threw it out there. Believe me, I did my due diligence. That's why these two are here. They decided to come along. I'm sure they have things they would like to voice about the situation. The others simply did it.
You know, for someone asking us for a favor, you tend to catch an attitude very quickly. I would
Funny,
like
I've
for us
noticed
to
that
have
too.
I would like to have a good working relationship. So, I do apologize if I ask for clarifications, simply to be sure.
No, you're right. You're right. I apologize. And like I said, I'm just as done with all of that bickering and back and forth and tedium as it seems you all are.
Right.
That's what this is.
So
That's what this is.
I got it.
Hey.
Corrigan mentioned losing some of the particulars. I was hoping that you would provide the particulars. As long as this is all on the level, sure, I'm willing to assist.
All right. What more do you want to know? We have people and things that need to be transported. We don't otherwise have the air transport to take care of it. We
What
have ground
things
transport.
do you need transport?
Corporate
Is it just
things. I'm
just
sorry.
people?
There's some things that we're just not going to be completely transparent with you about. That's just, Mr. Harrison, how it's got to be.
Can I would like to do a read a situation.
Okay.
To see if he's being on the level regarding it just being standard corporate stuff that like is not, or if there is very, very clearly like an active attempt to avoid.
If you have anything more specific, you can roll.
So,
if
read a
not,
situ-
I am just going to tell you. Anytime you talk to anyone here, they are not telling you the full situation.
Sure, that's fair. Because read a situation specifically is like look for subtext or motive. So I envision it being a situation where it's about trying to pick out certain specifically used words that would fit Havoc's historical knowledge of corpo speak to perhaps give them an idea of what sort of level of bullshit we're dealing with.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll it. There's no risk to it. There's no real difficulty to it.
That is a 21.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, well, in my GMing opinion, insight checks aren't. They're not going to give you any more information. It's just going to put into question, if required, the veracity of what is being presented. Yeah, certainly. There are things that he's not telling you. He just flat out told you there are things that he's not going to tell you. These are corporate level assets that need to be securely transported. You're the option that is available to him, and they are obviously valuable enough to him to be transported and require this level of protection.
But there's nothing in the way that he's addressing us or otherwise addressing what he's talking about that would lead to the assumption that they are more important than what he is trying to present them as or anything to that extent.
Oh, certainly.
Okay.
I mean, again, this might be my Shadowrun experience talking. Anytime you talk to anyone even vaguely associated with a corporation, assume they're not giving you the full situation, and whatever they are trying to do is far, far more important than they are letting.
Sure.
But with that, I will also say there is no subterfuge of going behind anyone's back on the council with this. I'll roll that into that.
If you don't mind me asking, just one point of clarification. Just to make sure, you're just asking us to escort your materials and personnel back here, correct?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I just want to make sure that they have their own transportation. We're just there for protection.
Yes.
I want to make sure. Look, Striker's big. It ain't that big. I can't carry that many people.
Boboros, Tiana's gonna lean forward and throw up a hand. You've been here long enough. I assume you've heard about the various local denizens of our fine forested areas out here. The forest is teeming with problems. Most of which don't bother large settlements like this. Most of which are not a problem for, armored vehicles. Some are. And what Mr. Slide here may be purposely neglecting to point out, but yes, there is an area between there and here that we've identified as a potential sort of hunting ground for some of the more aggressive, larger apex predators, let's say. Hence,
She's gonna pull out just a hologram map of the area that they're talking about. Can you show us where?
she sort of waves over to Slide, and he'll lean in. Or swipes it to the side a little bit and pokes down a finger on this hologram map.
Yeah.
It's probably a transport that will take you a couple days, given the speed that mechs travel comfortably at, as well as armored vehicles, and the fact that there's not really like interstate highway system here.
Yeah.
So it's not a terribly far distance, but it'll probably take you a couple days, and they will actually they'll sort of wave at this hologram and pull up their own, and it does bring up this sort of red blob that just overlaps into the route that would be taken for Razorbacks.
Gotcha.
And it has been identified as a potential Razorback hunting zone, predatory zone.
And she's just going through details at this point. How many people and how many vehicles?
I believe it should be 2 vehicles. I don't have a specific list of personnel enough to require 2 vehicles.
I'll want a specific list and the kinds of do you have drivers set aside, like trained drivers, or are you just sending in civilians to drive?
We have people familiar with the vehicles. Yes.
Okay. Evasive tactics and all that?
They are large armored personnel carrier vehicles.
Okay.
3 axles, I believe. How many tires they actually have is below my pay grade. I believe that at least one of them does have a top-mounted mortar or some sort of weaponry.
Okay.
If it wasn't for the Razorbacks, if it wasn't for the potential of Razorbacks, we'd send them through. But
So you're not even sure if we would get attacked?
No. This is a precaution. Unless you really want to spend the next few days in the council chamber, I figured you might enjoy.
No!
Believe me, I would rather be out there with you, stomping through the jungle.
Would you?
Oh yes, I have my own frame, actually.
Ah, what do you use?
It's custom built.
Of course it is. So, no manufacturer, or none of the traditional ones?
No, not specifically. We've taken some elements from the basic GMS frame and some proprietary technology. I have a few different licenses I like to play around with.
Nice. Okay.
We can stomp around outside, out in the jungle sometime. It'd be fun.
Yeah.
And
Okay, cool.
For a minute. I don't see any harm in doing it. Might as well help you out.
if this was something I had the personnel to take care of, this is Tiano Boros. If this was something I had the personnel to take care of, and believe me, I wish I did, it'd be dealt with. But for now, you are the most muscle we have on the planet.
Yeah, don't worry. We've been through days worth of talking about how we don't have the personnel for anything, so we know.
Yes.
Yeah, no, quick round trip. It'll take us what? 4 days round trip? It'll be fine.
We'll be able to fly you out on a actual aerial transport, have you disembark at the facility. As I said, there's just simply equipment and personnel that won't fit in the available transport ship that we have.
Good to me.
You're muted.
Fantastic. All right. When should we be heading out for this?
Well, now that now that we got your go-ahead, I'll put in the call. They should have everything moved down into the all the bays and vehicles and whatnot in a couple days.
Sweet.
Okay.
Sounds great.
Unless
Alright. This is Jack.
Looks like
asking,
you're gonna
what
get
did
to
you say?
shoot something.
Oh no, I just said then that's what we'll do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, take a look at this, and he sort of gives Siobhan a little bit of a wink and flips over a data packet.
What?
Stands up and stretches. All right. Enjoy your dinner, folks. Spins on a heel and starts walking away.
Don't even look up from the data pad. I'm already opening it.
It's a little bit of a. It's like the encyclopedia entry on Razorbacks. So, Razorbacks.
As soon?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Razorbacks are basically dinosaurs. Let's see, where are we here?
Yes.
Let's bring up razor hides. They are razor hides, not razorbacks. Razor hides.
Yeah.
They are these sort of serpentine, snake-like, six-legged, scaled beasts. Really, they're not like T-Rex dinosaurs. They're kind of like jungle bahirs. D&D bahirs. These sort of large snake-like, but they have these 6 very pointed, almost blade-like legs. They are known for being very agile, particularly fast. The tip of their tail does have a gnarly stinger at the back of it, and they are referred to as razor hides because they have these dense, sort of carapace-like shells that look like tree bark, but they are razor sharp.
Oh, these things are fucked. Cool.
Oh, fucked.
Well, they're fast and they blend in with their surroundings, so pretty fucked. But it's a cool looking look. Show him a picture.
The more and more I see about this place, the less and less I like it.
I do want to make sure it is on record that I do not like or trust that gentleman.
No, certainly not. Also, I only took this because I want to see what they're doing.
I'm certain that they are going to have no issue with that.
Certainly.
I mean, yeah, it gives us a whole night to do campfire, like talk to these people.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, you're just in the middle of the woods. You got nothing better to do, so you talk to each other. It's a great time to talk.
Ah.
Have you never been camping? No, I'm gonna answer that myself. You've never
Yeah.
been camping before.
Thank you so much.
The way
I'm
you
shocked
enjoy it.
that you felt the need to ask.
That's why I stopped. Okay. my mouth moves faster than my brain most of the time, so I had to stop myself. Anyways.
So is anybody else like actually looking forward to like possibly fighting one of these things?
No.
What's the worst that could happen?
We die.
Unnecessary damage?
That'll be fine.
So
A drain on
individually-
resources that we can put elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
No fun. Do we make it actually a camping trip? Do you want to guys like bring like tents and sleeping bags since Tavik's never been camping before?
So that I have to camp out in the swamp air? No.
You have your
don't.
suit. Just wear your suit. Where else are you gonna
Going-
sleep?
Okay, but Shiv, have you? Okay, I take that back. I know that we've definitely spent some time in our armor, right?
Yeah.
That's gonna be miserable to sleep in, though.
It's not the worst thing in the world. I've done it before.
You eat
Yeah.
paste. You don't get to
That's-
talk about
That's fair.
what
That's
is and
very
isn't
fair.
comfortable. Sorry,
I
that
don't
was my
understand.
mouth moving faster than-
I don't understand why my choice to intake calories and nutrients efficiently has anything to do with my ability to understand comfort.
You don't, because that inherently means you not. We lost it.
I'm sorry.
It
I'm sorry. That
means-
got me really good.
I was doing so good.
It means that you inherently don't understand what comfort food is. You've never had pastina. Do you realize what you're missing?
No.
Conceptually,
Never.
yeah.
Never had it.
You gotta try real food. Hmm? You gotta.
Don't know that I do.
Okay, fine. You don't technically have to, but you should. I'm putting a moral complex on this and using the word should. You should try real food.
Why?
I'm just saying. Because when it's an experience that brings people together. Eating the same food. I'm just saying.
Seems like a significantly more philosophical conversation we have time for in this immediate moment.
Wow, way to dodge. Fine, go, leave.
Are you going to stop otherwise?
No, probably not. Anyways.
I'm aware.
Alright, so just looking at these things, I'm assuming that probably being like point blank is probably not the best of ideas, huh?
They're really fast, so I'm not sure. Well, maybe if you caught one, can you like hold on to it if you caught it?
Oh
That would require catching it.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
If you can catch it, I'm fairly certain you and I can disband.
So, these are dinosaurs. As far as you know, they don't have any projectile capabilities, so they will be engaging you in melee.
Yeah. Well, the thing though is that just because they will doesn't mean that we have to necessarily.
True.
I will outline for the sake of forethought throughout the week and preparation. This will be an escort mission.
Fuck yeah.
So you will be escorting a small caravan through a particular area. And you know what? Let's because we can, because I have it prepared, and because it's a fun little teaser,
Heck yeah.
let's bring you over to the map.
The map.
There we go.
Map.
So,
Oh my god, it's a giant rectangle.
I'm the map. I'm the map.
I see this big black rectangle.
Yeah, it's just a
Oh,
long
man, hold
black
on.
man.
It's a void.
Yep.
Guys, we're fighting in pitch black. Oh, that's.
See, I
terrifying,
thought we were
actually.
going to start inside the stomach.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they just it's like freeze frame. So there's a real funny story about how we ended up inside the thing.
Yeah, that's
Understood
me.
the dinosaur part.
Should be loading in for you guys.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. There's moving things. What the heck is that? Why is it
Oh.
flying? Is that a bird?
That's a bird. Yes, that is a bird.
Sorry, I got really excited about it.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a dinosaur.
You just ADHD so hard right there.
I really did. That was one of the most intense, like, squirrel moments I've had in a long time, personally. Shit.
It was like, it's like,
Let's get armed
you
up.
just went full Jack Skellington. You can't go full Jack Skellington. We're on stream, Haley. You can't. What's this?
Okay, I'm just gonna hard disagree there and say that that's the best content. Like I always go full Jack Skellington 100%. With the sole exception being if you are doing like a solo stream, because then no one can pull you out of it. But otherwise,
Yeah, that's so
100%
true.
Go for it.
Well,
that
it's-
is really cool though.
Real
Yeah.
and valid.
I cannot
Cool, man.
wait for this now.
I have a bad feeling the birds are gonna try to kill us.
Well, it seems I've completely lost reins of this show by dropping this map. So we are about at our time anyway. So this is the map you will all be working with next week. It will be an escort mission straight from the book Sit Rep, mostly because I'm a GM that can't leave things alone. So you will be, over the course of a number of rounds, making sure that the caravan gets from one side of the map to the other without being destroyed by razorhides.
So you just want to change the name, just fucking retcon that.
It's razorhides. I just need to it's razorhides.
Razorbacks are pigs.
That's a great point. Mhm.
So I will also tell you, it is almost certain that the armored personnel transports are going to move slower than your top speeds.
Oh, 100%.
I say I kind of hope so. I'm kind of fast.
Yeah.
Right?
Fast as fuck,
Everybody's
boy.
speed. This is whoop.
So
I have
maintaining
6 now.
maintaining a constant range distance might be difficult and dangerous. On top of that, I will also say that one of the transports will have a mounted weapon. The other will have the ability for a size 1 mech to kind of jockey on the back of it.
Just about to ask if my buddy system is approved for cars.
Your buddy system really can attach to pretty much anything.
Oh my god. Okay, cool. Not sure if I'd want to attach to one of these vehicles, but if I do,
It might be more beneficial to attach to one of your other
Yeah.
lancers, but if one of you is particularly slower than the rest, or would just benefit more from being attached to the vehicle, if you use it, you use it. If you don't, you don't. It's not specifically put there for a purpose. It's just what I decided to come up with. So you guys have that to think about throughout the week. And next week we will pick up with our first combat mission here on, no surprise, I'm sending you out in your mechs. There's a possibility that you could be attacked by Razorhide. You're getting attacked by Razorhides.
yeah, we absolutely are.
So we will
And
pick
maybe
up-
an impromptu camping trip.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's not an attack. That's premeditated.
Premeditated.
So, I suppose we will close out today's episode with the 3 of our visitors from earlier, Aries Slide, Fleet Captain Tiana Boboros, and Mr. Michello Corrigan, making their way out of this villa area, as we see the lot of you stationed around this hologram that Siobhan is projecting, with the map of the area, a map of this sort of zoomed-in dangerous zone. Probably have a hologram of a Razorhide pulled up with a whole bunch of, flashing warning lights. Warning, this is dangerous. Warning, this is dangerous. Warning, this is dangerous. And we will leave that there as we zoom out on you guys preparing your tactical analysis of how best to ensure assets get from point A to point B. We will pull out, take a nice slow pivot over Prospera Bay. before zooming back in, the camera will pivot over across the bay and out past the mountains and into the jungle and zoom in and zoom in and zoom in to this dangerous jungled area. And out in the distance, we see a corporate arcology, backlit by the setting sun. With that, we will fade to black on tonight's episode of the Starcrier Conflict.
Oh boy.
All right, so we made our first of some big decisions. We've set some things into motion. We've met and I think got a good pulse on at least a good number of the council here, and we'll be seeing plenty more of them. Awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's what we have for tonight. I am looking forward to another combat session coming up. I get to use my actually condensed cheat sheet, so I actually know what I'm doing this time around. And
Fantastic.
hopefully this will be more properly balanced.
Hey, when the odds are stacked against us and we win anyways, that's the fun part.
Now, the winning is rarely in question. It's how long it takes to play out. That is the
Fair
question.
enough. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
valid.
All right. Well, that is stuff that we will talk amongst ourselves about. Perhaps have an after show. So let's transition into our outro here. Thank you for watching another episode. I will pass it to my players shortly. But before we do that, I wanted to give another quick announcement that RPGs Uncovered is very much actively looking for sponsors and other partnership mutually beneficial arrangements, as Mr. Dane Stormkirk would put it, though actually in a very less sleazy way. So if you are an indie TTRPG designer, creator, if you're a nerdy crafter or business out there, if you're an artist or musician, or really anyone in the general TTRPG landscape, and you'd like to get more eyes on your content, reach out and let us know. I put together that fun little advert for Veil the Void. They're good friends. I love working with others in the TTRPG community because we become good friends, and I get to see all of this fun content and creative endeavors that you guys do. So whatever we can work out, but I would love to see our intermission filled with adverts and shout outs to others in the indie TTRPG community and adjacent, and or even so, fan art. It'd just be fun to have a little bit more than just the Starcrier flashy lights and music. But I will leave that to you. If you are such a person or know such a person, get in contact and we'll work something out. There's definitely something we can work out. Other than that, go check out the Ko-Fi. I'm going to push that a little harder now that we're not sponsored anymore, because I would really love the continued art budget because I have some really cool things planned. But you can head over to our Ko-Fi. We got after shows up there. I will be putting the probably not all of, but most of the factions dossiers up there, and uploading maps and other behind the scenes content that we have going up there. I think we have just a simple $1 tier just for hanging out and being supporting. We also have, I believe it's a $5 sort of player focused tier. And then I think it's $10. I'll have to. It's been a while since I've looked at the tiers specifically, which I should double check on. But we got player side information, we got GM side information. Head over there if you would like to support the show. It really will and has gone a long way towards increasing the production value of the show and going forward, and is always greatly appreciated. That's my shilling long enough. Let's pass it over to the players to learn what they have going on in betwixt we see them next. And actually, I don't think I have much more going on throughout the month. But stick around and I will tell you more about The Quiet Year on Iniko 4. But before we get to that, let's throw it over. We don't have Sean with us. Go check out Rise over on Blue Sky. I'm still
Blue
gonna
Sky.
drop his info here. He does amazing photography. Does a whole bunch of fun stuff. I don't believe he's doing any other TTRPG things of late, but he'll be here, and we love having him.
Heck
Haley.
yeah. Miss him lots. I know I feel really weird. I feel off kilter. Oh my goodness. Hey, howdy, bye.
No
I
stress.
appreciate it a great deal. I'm always stressed. I have anxiety.
That's a move.
Yeah. Hey, howdy, bye. It's like when people are like, "Oh yeah, trust your gut," and my gut's telling me I'm gonna die all the time. I don't know what to tell you. But hey, howdy, bye. My name is Haley. You can find me at HaleyN on most things, but you can also find me as one of the founding members of Caltrop Chronicles. We are at Caltrop Chron on Twitter. We are on YouTube and doing fun, cool stuff, including our very first series, Misconnections, using the Son of Oak TTRPG City of Mist. We are a bunch of grim fairy tales come back to life, kind of reincarnated, and investigating spooky disappearances in our city. We had a blast in our first episode, very happy, and we are releasing our second tomorrow at 4 p.m. PST on YouTube and Spotify. It is called Instinct and Intuition. We're very excited to see this roll out, so catch us over there. Let us know what you think.
Oh, hi, me. I'm Q. I played Logan Uhura. You know, the cowboy in a tin can. It's fine. When you don't see me here, you can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Midnight Inc. It's Midnight_INQ. Q is my name. I'm sure you get it. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. I keep making cowboys. Except for Benjamin Blackthorn, which is in the City of
weird
Mist
outlier.
game, the Mist Connections game. It's true, but it was a separate thing. I wasn't even thinking about it. But yeah, so you can see me on that tomorrow. Chill out. And then this Thursday, over at Live from the Apocalypse, we are back with Redacted. The psychological thriller game using a Powered by the Apocalypse system that, you know, my good friend JD made himself. And then Saturday's class reunion is an isekai style game where I'm playing a monk who has some anger management issues right this very second.
What monk doesn't?
To be true. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, and I think you can also see me for They Call Us Villains over on Entropy Emporium and Nephilim Tenebris over a lot from the Apocalypse. I'm all over the place. And then other stuff in the works because you know it. It's always happening. I do too much. That's it.
You should admit it.
Hi, I'm Andrew.
Oh, absolutely. Every time.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I've been playing Intermission. I am That Gamer Ajax on all of the socials. I have a YouTube channel, though I have not been posting on it lately because life has been hard.
What a vibe.
Where I try to help you be the best tabletop enthusiast that you can be. That includes going over new games that I find, trying to teach some systems, doing overviews, tips and tricks, guides, basically you name it. It's all about the tabletop stuff. I don't have anything else that I'm like immediately working on that's like really worth highlighting, though I should have an announcement coming soonish.
Soonish.
Yeah. Lion, you know about that one. So speaking of Lion, throw it to you.
Secrets.
Hey y'all, it's Drake Lionheart. I go by Lion. I use they them pronoun. I use they he pronouns. My brain works. I use they them he him pronouns. Take your pick. It's fine. I love them all. I'm collecting them. I'm a humanoid mask shaped bundle of joy most of the time, except when I'm playing villains. We'll worry about that later. You can find me online at the Lion Knight 42 and at Tales from the Table Studios everywhere that they exist, because I am the creative director for Tales from the Table Studios. In fact, the next time you will see me is Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern over on Tales from the Table Studios. I will be in a one-shot Vampire 5e game with Tailslinger Check, Gogsbane, as we move forward with Lionheart Mutual Aid, something we are doing right now, raising money to try and make sure that I don't end up homeless, because boy, that sucks. But we're doing everything we can. We got a whole slew of games coming up. It's really exciting. We've got, on Friday, we've got a werewolf game. On Saturday, we're going to have a D&D one-shot and a Kids on Bikes game. And then later in the month, we've got more stuff coming. I'll talk more about that as we go. We're still setting a bunch of stuff up. If you're interested in taking part, want to play some really cool new games, you can go over to Tales from the Table Studios or the Lion Knight 42 on pretty much any social. We have invites to our Discord. You can go join there. Join up, play some games for a good cause. Should be a fun time. It's amazing stuff. I am also a game designer. I currently have a module out for Kids on Bikes called One Night at Ollie's, based on Five Nights at Freddy's. It's great. There's a sequel coming this year. We'll talk more about that later. I'm real hyped for it. I also have a 2-player, 1-page TTRPG called Poison Rationality, Closing the Goddamn Door. That one's a fun one. Check it out. It's free. Everything's free. It's awesome. I'm working on some other games. We'll talk about those later. I also have another project that I will hopefully be able to talk about in the next, I want to say 2 weeks, if I'm being crazy. So we'll see how that goes. It's really exciting. A lot of stuff coming. Just keep your eyes peeled for more things. And I guess that's it for me for now, at least.
Excellent. Adding onto that, it's only been briefly discussed. Hopefully it will work out. I'll probably be running something over there for you, Lion. I know we haven't settled on anything. Can I say what I'm working on?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We're gonna make sure it all, we can hammer all the nails down. But I am looking forward to running another game of Cyberpunk Red, which is really fun. I have a small chain of one-shots that I put under the umbrella of a sort of mini-series, disjointed series, going forward, the Airsats Ego, which is mostly episodic but vaguely connected. If you have stopped by and watched all of the charity Cyberpunk Red games, they are all charity games, which is really fun. So we're going to be doing that again. Cyberpunk Red is really fun. On top of that, what do I have coming up? We are towards the end of the month, so I don't have anything specific other than a quiet year on Iniko 4. Hey, that planet name sounds familiar. It's because it's the one our Lancers are currently on. So for the next
That's crazy.
2, maybe 3 Thursdays, we'll see how long it takes. Me and some pals of the channel, in collaboration with Tal Woodblaze of the Gamers Rest channel, we are playing A Quiet Year, which is a map-making, world-building game, very sort of top-down, design the area, design the people and the places and the developments as we go, and we are building out live for you and for our players the sort of living world that is Iniko 4. So stop by on Thursdays, that is 7 p.m. US Eastern Time. We're always interested in chatting. We're always interested in suggestions from chat, and we already have a lot of gems, most of which I can't put in here because there's just too many red herrings and too much other content to squeeze in. We would be here for the rest of the series here on Iniko 4. But it's a great map building, world building game. So if you're interested in the greater landscape and political developments of Iniko 4, that's the show to be watching for the big picture, political, administrative, big sweeping decisions and actions. Because we already got some things in the works, which is going to be real fun to introduce to our Lancers once they hit peak critical mass, let's say.
Oh boy.
Thursdays, right here, RPGs Uncovered, 7 p.m. US Eastern Time. That is all I have going on. Some Tuesdays, sometimes I'm over with Veil of the Void over on their channel. I think we have a game this Tuesday. That's at 8 p.m. US Eastern Time. It's basically like a Monster of the Week style version of Veil of the Void. We just go around and we take care of monsters, and it's fun. Also,
yeah.
Trying to also shift that game into a 4X RTS, because apparently that's my thing. Trying to build my own civilization over there, which is really fun. Anyway, go check out those wonderful channels. I think that's all I got. I think that's all my shilling, all my announcements. We're good. Thank you for watching. We are going to, we're going to raid. Let's raid High Shelf Collective. They got some good names on there, and they are also playing Lancer right now. So if you want to stick with the Lancer theme, it looks like they're doing a Behemoth Brawl, which is fun. So we're gonna raid them. Let me get that set up. There we go. Stick around. Head over to invalid username. How did I spell that wrong? There is no C in shelf. This isn't German.
What about
Could be.
You don't know.
language is stupid.
I get it right that time? Yes.
Hey.
Sometimes I can spell. We're gonna go raid them, say hello. Until next week, thank you for watching another episode of the Starcrier Conflict, and when you are planning your own camping trip through the most dangerous jungle on the far rim of Union space, be sure to bring some heart tomatoes, because you're gonna want a last meal. Good night, folks. Happy time zone.
Bye.